Be going live right about now. Alright, we are now live. Alright, welcome back to another stream. Today we do have a moderate outline for today by the Storm Prediction Center. We do have a 15% outline for that tornado risk for today as well, which we'll probably see more later this afternoon into this evening with that tornado threat. And here is also the wind threat, which is not severe, but I think we'll probably see at least some type of wind threat today. And then here's also the hail threat for today as well. And we also do have a enhanced risk all the way down in from around Midland, east of Midland, all the way up to just west of Oklahoma City and Norman in Oklahoma. We do actually have a tornado warning outlined, tornado warning ongoing right now, which is going to be for Watkins, Kimball, South Haven, Fairhaven, Marty, Luxembourg, St. Augusta, Pleasant Lake. This was warned a bit earlier ago, and Radar Omega is already deciding it doesn't want to load properly 2 seconds in. That's fun. Let me just get up. If Radar Omega decides it doesn't want to load properly, we're going to go over to Gear 2. Because that always seems to be the kind of theme lately with my radar apps I use here on my PC, or not my PC, but laptop. We do, as previously mentioned, we do this with that 15% today as well. We do have a potential for a outbreak of tornado today too, and Radar Omega has fully loaded. Okay. Which, let me go over to my chat real quick. I'm not finding my chat right now. Hold on. Or, I'm not finding my chat properly right now for some reason. Okay, there we go. Another thing to note with this particular supercell as well. This is probably one of the more discrete cells that we've seen today in Minnesota so far. And you kind of see where it started developing, and then it kind of broke off and split off from this activity here. But this could be going just to St. Cloud. Eventually gonna be within this tornado warning soon. Once they do end up, whenever they do end up extending that tornado warning towards the northeast. Which a lot of this our environment today is very favorable for tornadoes today as well. That's another thing to mention. However, though, to note, with particularly a couple areas such as Northern Illinois and these areas here, this is a little bit more conditional here because we do have a cap that is in place. So that's got kind of make anything trying to do anything there in terms of firing off storms kind of struggle. Kind of load up the meso analysis, although it's being very laggy right now. I'm absolutely just warming my room right now. We also are kind of in a little bit of a radar hole up this way. Let me get on Cyclone Port real quick. Because I don't know how many Cyclone Ports we have in this area, but we do have a couple of storm chasers. Actually, a few storm chasers in this area in Iowa. If that is, yeah, it is Iowa. Okay. And that's going to be going towards that Ethersville there. I'm kind of curious. What does, if this loads properly, which it probably isn't. So, I think we are going to indeed have to go over to Tier 2 today. But we are in a radar hole in this area. Although, actually, I can use Sioux Falls radar probably on this area. Even with the messy, that's one thing about GR2 color. GR2's color table I don't like is the color mixing when it does that. So I can't tell if anything. It's one reason why I like Radar Omega's color table. Let me check what the Storm Prediction Center has out right now as well. Because right now, with any potential storms that are going to be out and about through this afternoon to this evening, are probably going to be firing around about now at 4 o'clock to 6 o'clock. And then we'll have to watch to see if anything fires in front of this, which we do have a couple storms already over in Wisconsin, but none of those are particularly the main concern for severe weather today. Although we did have a severe storm over here that was producing hail earlier. We do have a new, not a metascale discussion, but it is that tornado watch in Oklahoma. Let me check my audio settings real quick. Okay, it is working properly. So tornado watch, and it's gonna be valid. It's gonna be going till 11 o'clock this evening, and from San Angelo and Big Spring in Texas all the way up to Oklahoma City and near Stillwater in Oklahoma. So if you're in any of those areas within this tornado watch, stay weather aware, as that's also another area that is gonna be another area to watch for when it comes to a tornado threat downstream. And then also, I have to go over the mesoscale discussions as well. Let me just get a lot of them, actually. Alright, so I got a couple of them up at least. So here's the other one earlier for the watch that was, I think, just issued. Yeah, it was just issued. It hasn't loaded quite yet on Radar Omega, but we'll probably see that soon. I can't see the area here between Texas and Oklahoma, where this area has the greater threat for tornadoes, and then because you have a whole dry line right here, so if we have any storms that fire off this dry line, they could produce some pretty sizable hail as well as alongside tornadoes. But it looks like the hail threat is going to be the main concern for Oklahoma and also Texas through this evening. Let me try to find the other mesoscale discussion from earlier with this particular tornado watch that we have over right now. And there's also a enhanced risk tomorrow for basically the same areas of Texas, and then also in the Ohio Valley as well, which I'll pull up on Radar Omega in a second here. I probably could actually. Actually, let me just pull up the key messages. So here's the key messages for tomorrow. So you can see that corridor, enhanced risk right in here in Ohio, all the way up to New York. Looks like primary risk will be mainly wind and hail. There will be a few tornadoes that will be possible within these areas. It looks like mainly the tornado risk, though, seems to be mainly in Texas. And looks like this is still going to be the main area here where we're going to be watching for wind and hail, but also down here too. But the tornadoes we're going to be watching for down here. I do want to check because I think there we go, it just popped up on Radar Omega. So probabilities for the tornado watch with the one over in Oklahoma and Texas, it is 40-20, so 40% overall tornado threat and 20% strong tornado. So there is a chance we could see a strong tornado down that way, but it is very low chance, however. Let me do a couple things here. What is going on here? Okay. So hopefully, I was gonna say, hopefully I don't sound too nasally because today my allergies have been kind of kicking off lately today. We do have a report right here, which is, I think, gonna be dust, I think. Blowing dust or sand. So that would mean with the dust and sand, that would kind of inhibit some storm growth, because that has happened in the past with previous severe weather days that we've had. Back in March, that was a big one. Although once it got more into evening hours, we had a literally a full on outbreak in Arkansas. Which obviously that's gonna be a different case with today, but although I would not be surprised if we see some type of nocturnal threat for tornadoes. We did see a nocturnal tornado threat yesterday in Nebraska, however. And also another thing to note, let me go back over to the meso analysis real quick. You can see you have all this instability building on this backside over here, and then you have all your like sin and instability here. But we'll have to watch and see what this does. But I think if we do have any storms that do end up firing, that's gonna be along this line here, where we have all that instability. It's gonna be interesting to watch to see what does end up happening where we have that moderate risk. Because right now we have we right now have a line of storms that are slowly but surely turning into almost like a squall line, as you kind of see in here, for all the way from about Ida Grove all the way up to about Nicollet in Minnesota. But once again, if any storm ends up being discrete, they will and do have a chance of potentially producing a strong tornado. Although one thing to note as well, if these do end up going more linear with the line of storms, we'll probably see more of a wind threat and some more like a QLCS tornado type of threat if that does end up happening. Because that has happened before with many of these type of setups, where you got the street cells and they end up quickly going into a squall line. Still got about 8 minutes on this tornado warning. Continue to send your safe places if you're in this area. Right now, it doesn't seem like right now that they are going to extend this tornado warning, but we are going to wait and see if that does end up occurring or not. There is a severe dark warning in Florida. Oh, what is going down here? Hold on. A bunch of scattered storms, it looks like. This is mainly wind threat out of that. So that's warned for wind. 60-mile-per-hour winds. I do need to get some water. I actually have one. As I was talking about water, I have a bottle right near me. You guys see where it was kind of... Hang on, let me download more previous frames here on here. So you can kind of see where it was hooking, and then seems like it is merging with this right here. So it's going to be interesting to see if, with the storm mode today, if we're going to have a... Well, it's eventually got to go linear for sure. But how many of these are going to be semi-discrete cells? And how many of these are going to be discrete cells? Ugh. That was a whole water bottle crinkling noise on that one. Null report right there. I don't know how these are, like, pop up from MPing, because that's an MPing report typically. I don't know if it's like GR2 analysis popping up, like grabbing like test pings or something like that. I don't know. Another severe dorsal warning just got issued. I gotta see where that was issued. That's gonna be north of St. Cloud. Actually, it's gonna be right there. As I was just talking about it. Also, another thing to note, just a random thing to kind of note. We do have a this is because I'm using GR2 analysis v3, and it is a lot quicker than the other GR2 I was using in previous streams, which I think was the one problem I had beforehand. Velocities, I mean, they're kind of in a weird section there, but it still looks like we have some type of rotation on in here still. God, it is warm in my room. I mean, it is warm, and the AC is not able to be turned on yet in my dorm room still yet, so. I haven't realized they issued a tornado watch up that way. Or is that from earlier? Oh no, that's from way earlier. I'm like, I saw a post with the tornado watch, but it's this one that we're looking at in this area right here. If I can actually not click on the wrong things. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so you can. There's an NW. This is NWS alert area, so you can kind of see where your alerts are at. You got a red flag warning down here in Nebraska. Till 8 p.m. Central this evening for wind and low relative humidity. So that's where your drier air is going to be. So all this is going to be along a dry line, essentially. That is a funnel cloud report. That is probably... My guess that's from way earlier. Yeah, that's from way earlier. Because that was at 2015... Universal time. Or, well, it would be Z20. So that's like 3:15 about. And you got the tornado warning here still going on for another 2 minutes. That's got to be led to expire out. So that seems to be the case that this is going to be led to expire out. I am noticing a little bit of potentially conversions or something going on with that cell there. I wonder, hey, I wonder, where is Storm Runner Media, by the way? I did not want to load up Brave. So, Storm Runner Media is on the cell he's on a cell over near, Ethersville in Iowa. And, there's quite, yeah, well, his stream's having a little bit of, connection issues, it seems. At least with the one camera. But there does seem to be quite the I would say quite the wall cloud over near Ethersville. But right now, there is a tornado pass tag on the one severe dosha warning. Let me go over there real quick, actually. So this one right here does have the tornado pass tag on it. This one doesn't. This one is the one that was just recently warned. This weird triangle. But right now, this is the one that was just warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail, and also a tornado pass tag on it as well. We have a couple of reports, actually, too. And there's a bunch of lightning with this as well, I am noticing, along this line. And they did just issue a new tornado warning. So that just includes the southeast side, near southeast of St. Cloud. We'll see that load in a second. Actually, I probably show you guys that over on Radar Omega. If it doesn't load in a second here. Alright, here's the new tornado warning. That's going to be for Clearwater, Clear Lake, Santiago, Glendorado, Briggs Lake, Dulum, St. Augusta still is included with that tornado warning as well from the previous one. So if you're in any of those areas, make sure you are going to your lowest power building home, most tier power building home, as you're now underneath a tornado warning. So the only thing too with trying to get visuals up here from storm chasers, that's gonna be kind of difficult because the road network up here is not great, and also radar coverage is also not great either. All right, there we go. It just loaded in on GR2 as well, but here's what the velocities look like on Radar Omega. This is the up-to-date velocity. So we do have the area that is rotating is gonna be right over Clearwater, and you're right near Clear Lake. But it's more or less over Clearwater right now in Minnesota. So I do want to check the 850 millibar, because eventually, once it gets more once these storms start to make their way more east, they're gonna be eventually entering a environment that's gonna be having a lot more wind shear, and that'll make the tornado threat and a lot of these start to go up a little bit more than where they are at right now. So it seems a lot of the storm chasers right now are staying to the south over in Iowa, which I imagine it's a lot more flat over this way, which I did see from Stormrunner Media Stream actually. That is it's a lot. It is definitely more flat over there than probably what we're seeing over than what you could probably see over here in Minnesota. Yeah, okay. I just took a quick look back over at his stream. Yeah, it is way flat, way more flat in Iowa. Where he's at over there, near Ethersville. Actually, it's more near Dulliver now. They're looks like they are making it their way more north, because these storms are going north northeast, east northeast. Actually, one of these. I just gotta take a quick look at this. Doesn't say what direction these are going in. Oh no, it says east at 45. Okay. Never mind. I was like, it doesn't say, but no. Well, it's obviously gonna say, but that's like, I wasn't 100% sure where the text was at. I want to take a look at the environment down over in Oklahoma. And yeah, there is a area. There's definitely an environment down there, and there's an area that is definitely conducive for some tornadoes later today. So I would not be surprised if we start seeing some more tornadoes down that way too. Also, a quick update on that tornado warning storm as well. That is also producing up to $half sized hail as well. I feel like I'm hearing Brandon Kopic on the radio on a walkie-talkie. Uh, yeah, Brandon Kopic's on it as well. So it sounds like the inflow on the one down here, where we have that tornado pause tag on this area of storms here, the inflow sounds like it is pretty decent on it. And there was like a dust, like, yeah, I don't know if I don't know if he said dust storm or gust storm. I think he said dust storm. This also has this one for 40 minutes around 40 minutes. Let me just check the velocities on this. Yeah, still have that area that is still rotating right near, basically right over areas of Clear Lake and Clear Water. Tornado in Michigan. Right now, I would say Michigan is, let me actually take a look at the probabilities of today. So Michigan, I would say is, well, depending on what part of Michigan. If it's the Upper Peninsula, you probably have a bigger chance of potentially seeing a tornado later today than this entire part lower. Honestly, I would say at right now, through tonight, I would say Michigan right now, lower Michigan. Once the tornado threat is, I would say, kind of conditional or low. Then, kind of looking at the outlook, you get RC. Almost half this part of the state is not within that tornado risk, and then this part is. But I think it's probably in the same boat, if anything, like Northern Illinois, where there's a cap in place, and it's got to make storms struggle to kind of grow in any areas if anything does end up happening at all. I do want to actually. Let me look at the missile analysis. Decided these past 2 days to be really slow. Either that's my ear that or it's my internet. I can't tell anymore, to be honest. Sometimes. Yeah, looking at missile analysis, yeah, there's not really anything there in terms of instability. Like, most of our warm sector is, and let me go over to that real quick. So this is where your warm sector would be, right in here. And you don't have any instability over here in Michigan right now. I'd imagine this would probably start moving more east. Probably within, I would say, 4-ish hours, so about 8 o'clock. And we do have a new tornado warning. It is observer tagged as well. And that is going to be also in Minnesota. So that's going to be from Cillian, Fairmont, Winnebago, Amboy, Willow Creek, Nashville Center, Truman, Northrop, Granda, Fairmont Estates, and Welcome in Minnesota. So if you're in any of those areas, make sure you are in your safe place, as you're not underneath a tornado warning. Why is my caps lock on? I was gonna say, I wonder is... Let me go back over to Stormer Media stream real quick. Because this was, Weather Spotter confirmed as well. Confirmed tornado was located near Cillian, or 8 miles southwest of Fairmont. Damaging tornado on Quartzside Sail. Weather Spotter confirmed tornado. Let me look at CC, which, honestly, looking at CC from this range is probably, not gonna be the greatest view. So if we do have a tornado, it's gonna be in there, most likely. Once again, we're kind of in the area where we are in a radar hole with both radars here. Even though Sioux Falls is kind of the closest to this, even like these two are kind of the closest towards this tornado warning cell, but we still have a radar hole right in there, so we're not gonna get a good view. Let me what is going on here? I need to mute Summer Media stream real quick so I can hear myself. And it looks like they're still continuing that tornado warning over in there's Clear Lake, Santiago, and Dulam in Minnesota. That's still gonna be going until 4:45 Central. Alright, now I can unpause. Unpause, unmute Summer Media stream. I had to check a couple of things with my audio as well. So I have one tornado warning that has observed tag on, and the other one is still radar indicated. Which, if we do have any rotation still in there, it's gonna be right in there still. We do have an area that I'm kind of watching back here near South Haven again. See if anything does end up happening back here. Would not be surprised if we start seeing just tornado watch already start to get condensed. So, unless we get a second round back here that ends up firing off. But right now, I just don't see that happening. Because this would be a second round right now that's going on. So I try to see from Stormer Media stream if what was confirmed, if anything. But even from his stream, I don't see none. I do wonder if there is a tornado. I wonder if it's rain wrapped. Because that is something that happened yesterday with tornado over in Nebraska, where it was able to be seen and then it quickly became rain wrapped. See a few posts from a couple of different offices, National Service offices. I saw a post from Omaha about 13-ish minutes ago, and they have a couple of areas for severe weather potential this evening. Varies greatly depending on your location. Greatest potential remains in southwest Iowa, extreme southeastern Nebraska, and northeastern Nebraska. So it looks like Nebraska is. I mean, they do have. I think they extended that. The outlook to get back to. Yeah, they extended it back over this way with the slight risk. So here's the image that they have here, and so like you can see here, this is 4 p.m. This was half hour ago at this point. So you got 50. They have greater 50 here, here, here. This is where the storms are already firing off right here from earlier. Here does not look like we're gonna see much of a severe weather threat. But I keep checking up on the area that is rotating up here near Santiago. And it's also producing up the the tornado warning itself has core size hail, and then the severe thunderstorm warning still has the ping pong size hail still warned for it. And this is still as observed tag of course. So waiting to see any visual from Stormrunner Media, because I think Stormrunner Media is going right towards where this would be if we do have tornadoes on the ground. I'm looking at satellite. Hold on, I want to pull up satellite too. Where is natural color? Okay, there we go. Because there is, seems to be some dust that is within this as well. Now, let me go over to this real quick. So, as you can see, there's a browner spots right in there. But I do wonder how much of that is going to affect, with anything with this. But it doesn't seem like it's affecting it too much. There's quite the clearing through this section right here. This is somewhat similar to what happened, I will say, with March 14th. This, once again, it's absolutely not going to be exactly like March 14th, but because every setup is got to be, well, unique to its own, but there's obviously going to be some things that are similar to others, but having the exact same thing happen is, I mean, I wouldn't say it's impossible, but it's just it's just not likely. If you're still in if you're in these areas here, Astoria, Warning, Fairmont, Granada, Winnebago, Amboy, and Truman, still continue to stay safe places. We still have a tornado that's potentially still on the ground. So this is going towards the northeast. We do have a wind report back here. 6-mile-per-hour winds, Jackson, Minnesota. We have a couple hail reports as well. I'm gonna go back over here real quick. So I got a little bit of area there in by Santiago still rotating. Because if we do have area rotation, it's gonna be right in there. Because we have a little bit of a divot. It's kind of hard to see from this range, but it is gonna be right in there. Vince Walty is by this as well. Looks like. I wonder what, actually, no, because Stormer Media is right near this, actually. So if we see any, so if we still, just once again, if we have a tornado, it's gonna be right in there. Still got that area right in there, still. It's gonna be right over Fairmont. Let me go over to, I don't know how far from, this. I might go over to, Vince Walty to see what he's seeing. If this decides wants to load any faster, that is. Come on, load. Alright, I'm looking at Vince Walty's stream, and it's, I mean, it looks about the same as what Stormrunner Media is looking at, so. Do a little bit more of a change in velocities. Still gonna be, the area of rotation still gonna be in there. Is this got okay? This got to load properly. Okay. I still, as of now, still observe tornado tag on this tornado warning, so continue to stay safe places. It's gonna be going right towards Northrop and Minnesota, and it's eventually got to be near Nashville Center. I am keeping an eye on the area near Clearwater. See if we have anything going on there. There potentially is something near Clearwater trying to spin up, but we'll have to watch and see because the reflectivity doesn't look like a typical supercell. Could be a low precipitation supercell, but I doubt it is. This is now back down to radar indicated, so we no longer, as of now, have a tornado that is on the ground. It looks to be the case here. Our rotate, if there still is rotation thing left in terms of that, it'd still be in there somewhere. Because that is where we did have our tornado earlier, near Celian, that got confirmed. And then is now heading towards the northeast. That is a weird arrow I just drew. Where am I getting pinged from on Discord? Hold on, let me see. Oh, that's why. It's from Max Velocity's Discord server. I'm like, where was I getting pinged from? Alright, I'm gonna switch back over to looking at where is Stormer Media's stream. Okay, there's the tab for it. So I'm looking at it straight, and there's just a lot of rainfall with this. So if there's a tornado, it's after well, right now there's not really a definitive area that has a very strong rotation on it right now. It's also just due to the fact, once again, is just we are just far from radar right now. So I wonder if they're in RFD as well, because typically when it's windy like that, when it comes to a supercell, you got your inflow and then you got your rear flank downdraft, which is what RFD means. And spring allergies. Alright, we have a new tornado warning that just got issued, so it looks like they are still continuing that tornado warning, which now includes, still includes Glendora. Not Glendora, Glendorado. This now includes Princeton, Wendinet, Woodward Brook, Estesbrook, and Pease in Minnesota. So if you're in any of those areas, make sure you go to your lowest power building your home, most secure power building your home, as you're now included within a tornado warning. The rotation's gonna be right in there. So do we have any storm chasers that are more north up here in Minnesota? 'Cause I don't know how many storm chasers are gonna be more north just due to terrain and whatnot. So I am starting to notice still a little bit of something out over here still, potentially. Because it looks like there's something there in Clear Lake, but I do wonder how much of that could potentially be side lobe. Although it looks like a signature for rotation on that. Do we have anything else outside of here? We do have actually a severe thunderstorm down here in Texas, which is producing 7-mile-per-hour winds and also golf ball size hail. So it looks like we are starting to see some storms starting to fire up over in Texas. I don't think we have anything up here quite yet. So my guess is we're going to start seeing more storms start to kind of fire up towards here, and then we'll probably see more kind of fire off the dry line that's along here. Actually, more like or along like that, but where your dry line is. Let me kind of like a rough sketch. Okay, that's a weird line I just created there, but yeah, kind of gives you an idea where we got that dry line at. Wait, we'll go back up to Minnesota real quick. We do have a tornado warning. Well, we do have tornado warnings ongoing in Minnesota. We get still both our radar indicated right now. One is going for 29 minutes, and this one was just a recently warned one. And then we have this one that was warned earlier for now. It's still going for another 14 minutes. Still watching Storm Media and then also Vince Valti, see if we have anything on any of their perspectives at all. So we get more of a visual of some stuff. So here is so there's Storm Media. That's one perspective I'm looking at. And then the other one I'm looking at is Vince Valti's. Looks like right now we are mainly seeing other than a couple this severe thunderstorm right here that was warned for ping pong size. Right now we are seeing mainly, I mean, we are seeing a wind and hail threat, but still gonna be probably waiting a while to see if that tornado threat does end up kicking up a little bit more. Let's see. Let me take a look at the outlook again real quick. Because we are in the moderate area. And also that 15% area as well. But right now, we are not quite at the peak, I would say, yet. The peak is probably not going to be seen for another couple hours at least. Still watching the area near Princeton and north of Baldwin. Also going to be watching this cell here. Does look like it's been kind of falling apart too. They do have a severe thunderstorm warning over in Kansas, actually. over near Abilene and Chapman for ping pong size hail and also 6 mile per hour winds. Actually, let me actually go over to this radar real quick. Yeah, look at it. That's what it looks like. Obviously, no rotation on this. That is definitely just contamination there. Side lobe contamination. Is it really that? You'd be like, oh yeah, it's rotation, but it's don't think that's rotation on that because that's in a weird spot if that is. If you do have any rotation still left as of now, we now just to the east of Northrop. Actually, let me check. Let me check back up on the area near Kansas again, real quick. Do a double check. So this is okay. Still warned for ping pong size sale. This was originally warned for $half. It looks like. But it looks like it just got warned as well for ping pong size. So I do wonder. Do we? I forgot. I thought there was some type of NROT on here. I think it was high res spectrum width. I think. Actually, let me go to high res storm relative. Even on high res storm relative, it doesn't look like there's any rotation. But I always try to use high res storm relative just in case. Because sometimes on high res velocity, it's not always clear. Let me actually go to this here. And even on storm relative for velocity, it's not super clear on here either. I can still feel my allergy. My allergy is definitely gonna be the issue for today. And I did just issue a severe thunderstorm warning for tornado power tag, $half to hail, and 6 mile per hour winds. My nose is killing me. It is also kind of muggy in my room too. I don't know if I mentioned that already, but I know I did mention it was kind of warm in my room earlier too, though. So it does seem like this supercell in particular is starting to kind of fall apart with that tornado threat that was on it. Still got tornado warning, still going for another 21 minutes. So if you're in that area, make sure you're still in your safe places. As it's still gotta be the safest place to be, just in case this does end up intensifying at any moment. Because once again, we are in an environment still that can produce strong tornadoes or just tornadoes in general. So make sure you are in a safe place. Oh wow! I'm just looking at Vince Waltie's feed, and there's quite the wall cloud. Where is he at? Hold on, let me check. He's over near Winnebago in Minnesota. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning over in Iowa for Gratner, Armstrong, and Ethersville. As good for core size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Now, let me check on notifications real quick from the Storm Prediction Center, and they did just issue a new tornado watch. So let me just get that up real quick. And that's gonna be going from Junction City over in Kansas all the way up into Shenandoah, all the way up to Des Moines and Ames and Carroll in Iowa. So we'll see that pop up in a second on Radar Omega. I do wonder. Let me take a look because I don't know if they have a notification for the Tornado Watch products. Hold on, let me check. Oh no, there we go. Oh, it hasn't updated on the site yet, so I'll have to see what the probabilities are on that new Tornado Watch in a second. Once that does end up once it does get issued in a second here. Because it did just get issued. It did just get issued, so it's gotta be a bit. Still got 2 minutes on this tornado warning, so they might let it just expire out or issue a new one. We'll have to see what happens here. That's very. I mean, even the skies in here in Minnesota are quite dark, but some where at least where these storms are at least. Let me actually check velocities real quick here. Because it does look like we have something going on in there, but it's kind of hard to see. Because once again, it does look like we have a hook. You can kind of see where the like reflective, like where the rain is kind of going, like kind of like that. Okay, they did issue a new tornado watch. Not watch. Well, they did issue a new tornado watch, but it's not what I was specifically talking about. But they did issue a new tornado warning. It is observed. I don't know why it disappears. But we do have a new tornado warning. That'll pop up and back up in a second. It disappears for some reason. Because for some reason, the alerts on Radar Omega like to go and get the milk for some reason. I don't know why that is. Alright, there we go. So if you're in Winnebago, Minnesota, Lake Middleton, Waldorf, Pemberton, Buford, make sure you go to the lowest power building your home, most secure power building home, as you're now underneath a tornado warning. And this is also observed tagged as well. So we have a tornado. It is on the ground. Weather spotter confirmed more than likely. Yeah, weather spotter confirmed. Weather spotters reported funnel cloud. So it's not a actually confirmed tornado on the ground, actually. So I wonder if it was a funnel cloud. I wonder if it could have been like a weaker tornado, because sometimes that is what happens sometimes, and then other times there's been times where like Little Scud gets reported as a tornado. So looking at storm relative, your rotation would be right in there more than likely. I'm hearing from Vince Falsey that there's like RFD that's going on in with the inflow. And it looks like Brian Kopic has a lowering over on his stream. That's gonna be over near he's over in Armstrong, Iowa. I saw a tornado warning ongoing over for Princeton, Wyanett, still for another 12 minutes. We'll check up on velocities on that. Yeah, not seeing a whole lot on that anymore compared to potentially if we do have anything on this here. And there's the new tornado watch right there. And let me check the probability. 70-50. So there's a chance we could see potentially still some stronger tornadoes on this area from these areas here. Either way, probably still see a few tornadoes either way potentially with that corridor at least. Still got 40 minutes on this tornado warning. Still has an observe tag on it. I just I just saw a post from National Service Twin Cities. They have received multiple reports near Winnebago heading northeast. There potentially 2 tornadoes down with the warned storm. I do wonder if there's potentially just gust tornadoes being reported as tornadoes. And I just saw another update from someone, Bob Wazak. 5 p.m. is expected so far. The cap remains very strong across northern Illinois this evening. Those showers across eastern Iowa continue to be chalked off by the cap. These should blow through this evening with a few sprinkles. That's about it. For tonight, we will monitor the new storms that develop and are ongoing across Iowa as they move east. Overnight, these could bring showers and thunderstorm chances from 9 to 5. If the cap breaks down, they could produce damaging wind gusts and hail, but the cap is expected to stay strong overnight, and that should keep these weak showers and perhaps rumbles of thunder. Showers will continue through late morning south tomorrow afternoon as cold front moves through, so we continue to forecast a weak showers and rumbles of thunder overnight with a limited severe threat. Thanks to their strong cap, it is hard to break an atmosphere cap once you get well into the night, and especially during the morning hours of the next day due to cooling temperatures as the sun has set. Overall, we remain cautious about potential storms overnight. We'll update as needed. So it looks like, yeah, there's still a cap that is in place over in northern Illinois. So, northern Illinois, I wouldn't say completely put your guard completely down yet, especially if you're in northwestern Illinois. But there seems to be the case that there is a less of a chance right now when it comes to storm development. Although we are going to be watching these particular storms in from Iowa, if we have anything that is going on right now other than these ones, which right now we don't have anything there. We have a couple storms over in Nebraska right now. We have, of course, that one storm over here in Kansas with ping pong half-dollar sized hail and also ping pong sized hail warnings on them. And then up here we got mainly, I think most of these are, well, except for this one actually is this one's ping pong sized hail, and then this one was horse sized hail, but this one is gonna expire out in the next 7 minutes. Would not be surprised if we get a new severe thunderstorm warning on this. And then we got this one, which we have this red warning here, which still has observer tag on it, which was confirmed by a funnel cloud was confirmed by a weather spotter. And there's the new severe thunderstorm warning there for quarter-sized hail and 6-mile-per-hour winds. And then up here, we no longer have any severe thunderstorm warnings or anything up towards the north here, which I think these are mainly. I mean, the environment does go way up there, but I think there's a little bit more of a capping issue up towards the more northern portion of this. And the meso analysis is taking like 9 years to load again. Yeah, there we go. So, I mean, there's still actually an environment there, but there's not any storms that are firing off behind this at this point. Unless we get some more down the line, but at this point, I don't think we will unless we get some changes in development on that. We are going to be watching that for that, of course. There's a chance today that we see the bigger threat all the way down in Texas. Even though most of the forcing is up towards here. Although there's a couple things that are probably causing some of these to not really get to that point where we could see more of a tornado threat right now. I just heard from Brand Kopic. Can confirm 3 different Gust NATO intercepts. So I need to clear out my fingernail. Where is my nail clippers at? I had nail clippers somewhere, but I don't know where I put them. Also, I just realized there's a place over in Minnesota called Blue Earth. Alright, so just take a quick back look up here. Yeah, these storms, I think, are pretty much done with any severe threat up there, other than maybe if these do end up going severe again, I think they'd probably be mainly a wind threat, if anything. And this is okay, never mind. I was like, oh wow. I am noticing a couple of things here over in the cell in Kansas. We do have a little bit of couple areas here that be need to be watched potentially here. So I'm gonna be watching a couple areas there in Kansas. We do have a severe thunderstorm now for up to golf ball size hail here in Kansas. And I still have the severe thunderstorm warning over in Texas for 70-mile-per-hour winds and ping pong size hail. Definitely some showers and storms are still popping up over in Nebraska still. It looks like they just canceled out the... I don't know if it expired out or canceled out. Let me check. Oh, no, it expired out. Okay. I'm like, I don't know if it expired out or canceled out, but it expired out. So it looks like that tornado from earlier looks like it was reported. A gust navel was reported as a tornado from earlier. Still have observe tag on this particular tornado warned storm here still. It's kind of interesting situation where we have a tornado warning with observed tag, but the chance it was warned for a gustinado. And it looks like there's a chance this could be quickly going outflow compared to having inflow within it. Within down the line, that could potentially, if it does end up organizing into that, like a squall line of storms, and we have a just line of severe thunderstorm warnings with wind and whatnot, that would basically give severe weather today a chance of having more of a QLCS tornado threat potentially compared to a discrete cell type of deal. Once again, we're not. I wouldn't say we're not quite at the peak yet. We still have a couple hours still left. These are I mean, they're going northeast, so they're gonna be within this for a watch for a while. Does seem like it is underperforming at least quite a bit still at the moment, at least with that 15%. But typically, when you get 15% getting issued, that means I mean, the environment's there, but sometimes you have a couple things that may prevent, like strong tornadoes and whatnot, from even occurring within something like that sometimes. So I don't know how many of these storms are really surface based too, because sometimes if the storm is not surface based, then you're really not gonna see a tornado threat out of them. I need to get some water, man. All right, I got some water. That was probably the quickest I need to get water. All right, I got water ever on a stream. World record. Just absolute world record. I know. Hopefully, okay. I'm like, hopefully, as soon as I open the water bottle, it doesn't explode everywhere, because that's happened like once. Good thing it didn't get on my keyboard when I did that though. With that one time. I've had one too many close calls when it comes to with me having drinks near my keyboard. And we have a new tornado warning, which is gonna be radar indicated, but that is going to be for places such as Deerfield, Medford, Morriston, Waterville, Elysian, Warsaw, and Faribault. So if you're in any of those areas, make sure you are going to your lowest power bill in your home, most tier power bill in your home, as you're now underneath a tornado warning at this time. Let me actually take a quick look at velocities. So I do wonder if, because with this line here, I do wonder if it's starting to kind of pick up on a QL. I'm getting tongue-tied here, trying to say QLCS for some reason. And I said, I don't know why. I swear, I actually hit my caps lock key too. That's another thing. So right now, two tornado warnings right now. One, it does still have observe tag on it. And then the other one is radar indicated. Oh, there we go. So yeah, there's your area there. That is kind of embedded within this, where you would have your rotation east of Janesville. And Janesville is kind of wedged in between two different tornado warnings right now. I imagine, I don't know what towns have sirens and whatnot, but I do imagine sirens are probably going off in Janesville right now. I don't know if we have anyone in the in Janesville in the chat, but if you are from Janesville and are in a safe place, do let me know if there are indeed sirens. I just saw from Jaden Pappenheim, just assisted this huge snapper cross a busy highway in Iowa. He hissed as a thank you. Yeah, that is one thing. One thing about snapper turtles, man. They will bite. Even if you're trying. I mean, obviously they don't know if you're trying to help them, but you're going to kind of survival mode type of thing. Yo, what's going on, DeBeans? Welcome back to another stream. I always say that. Welcome back to another stream. But I mean, it is another stream, so. Still watching this area to the east of Janesville. That's the weirdest way I've ever seen Janesville in my life. What is that? But yeah, still watching that area there. Definitely seems to be a little bit more of a picking up a little bit more on velocities on radar compared to what we saw earlier. Because we go back on scans here. Because that is where it was initially warned for right there. And then starting to see a little bit more of a tightening, I think. And in there. It's still observe tag on this tornado warning. We're still surprised because I mean I don't know if there is something that's on the ground on that, but I doubt it at this point in time. Because right now it seems to be the case that it was basically warned for someone spotting a whole gust-nado compared to it like an actual tornado. I saw a post from Matthew Capucci. Convective initiation in Quanah, Texas. Definitely still seeing a little bit more of a tightening on the area near Palmer. Would not be surprised if we potentially eventually have a tornado that does end up producing from this near Palmer, just south of Warville. If I could make a proper circle. I just realized too. I have I have goldfish. The crackers, not actual fish. But a little bit left still in there. All right, new severe dark warning just got issued. If I can, tab back onto my thing, and I don't know. Let me actually pull up monitor. All right, let me all bots talk. Enable audio alerts. Okay. MLB, or which would be MLB would be that'd be Minneapolis, I think. Let me check. Oh no, wait. That's over in Alabama. So there's a special weather statement over in Alabama, looks like. All the way down here for 30-mile-per-hour winds and pea-sized hail. So it's some small hail and also some wind coming out of that activity. Also a new mesoscale discussion. Just saw. When was that? 5:29 p.m. That's about a minute ago. Severe potential watch possible. Watch probability 40%. Trail probability up to 95. Dust 50 to 55. Hail about I guess golf ball size hail. Yeah, no, it's ping pong size hail to about tennis ball size hail possible. Where is that? It's not pulling up. Northeast Nebraska, South Dakota, Northwest Iowa. So that's all the way over here. You also see a couple of severe dust warnings actually over that way. There's a quite the supercell here, over here, and between kind of the border of both Nebraska and South Dakota, but mainly South Dakota, where you have that hail core right in there that's producing that $half size hail right now. This was originally warned for ping pong. From a discussion, synoptic front is surging southeast across the southeast. What is this text? I feel like I'm having a stroke trying to read this. Synoptic front is surging southeast across South Dakota. Try saying that like 5 times fast. Early this evening, a prefrontal confluence zone is contributing to a quarter of high base cumulus from central Nebraska into extreme northwest Iowa. Lightning is now being observed with frontal convection west-north of ONL. And this activity is expected to gradually intensify over the next few hours as it propagates downstream along a zone of modest instability. Strong deep layer shear suggests some supercell potential. Hail will likely be the primary concern, though steep boundary lapse rates do favor gusty winds. If this activity continues, increased coverage intensity, a sphere storm so much may be warranted. Here we go. There's the mesoscale discussion I was looking for. So here's that mesoscale discussion I was talking about earlier for that severe thunderstorms in northeastern Nebraska and like very, very, I think it's called extreme southeastern South Dakota. You can see your hail and wind threat, not a whole lot of tornado threat. Probably not a lot of convergence in that area. I was gonna say because I'm also another thing to know because I'm looking at the 850 millbar analysis and a lot of the shear is like way east of this line of storms, so that could be potentially why these storms are kind of underperforming right now. I say right now because it's this could these potentially these storms could try and catch up to the low level shear, and then we'll see an increase in tornadoes potentially, but right now, it does not seem to be the case. I just saw a another post from Storm TV Network, and they made a open source severe weather alert widget. It looks like for streaming softwares, which is kind of interesting. It's a little bit more It's a little bit more sophisticated than what I have for these streams, but I mean it looks like it works well. So I mean I could add that later down the line and the next streams I have. 21 is still continuing for Faribault, Minnesota, Medford. So basically, this one right here is back to radar indicated. It's no longer has an observe tag on it. So we have two tornado warnings right now that are observe tag. I do want to check the velocities on this one here real quick. Because it does look like those velocities kind of fell apart. Because it was tight a little bit tight earlier, but I mean, it's kind of broad now at this point. I am watching this right here. Let me actually go over to maybe a couple areas that could be this one, which did try and tighten up earlier, but then we have this one. Wow, what is that drawing? We got this one here, which potentially is just outflow compared to actual rotation. But we'll watch the area just in case if anything does end up happening within that area. Which the likelihood right now is not very not very high, but I do have a sphere torch right here. It's a very large, basically a whole blanket of for a severe torch warning. This is warned for up to half-dollar size tail and also 6 mile per hour winds. Still have 2 tornado warnings still going for another 7 minutes. We'll see what happens in the next 7 minutes, basically at this point. Um, Definitely still gonna be watching for any areas like this, potentially for anything that is gonna be trying to rotate, if anything. Why am I? What is going on with the one side of my head? I have like a headache out of nowhere. So watching a couple areas here. I think this is pretty much just outflow right here, because it doesn't look like this. Let me check back down over here. But we're starting to see a little bit more stormy activity down in Kansas. We do have a severe tornado warning here for lime-sized hail, and this one's golf ball size, and then that's one's lime-sized hail. So we are starting to see a little bit more of a hail threat in Kansas. So I got 5 minutes on both tornado warnings still. Still minor to see what does end up changing and what does end up happening. Still watching this area, although it's a very broad area if we still have rotation in that area there near Morston and Warsaw. At this point, I don't know if they'll extend the tornado warning or not. Looks like there was a 5 miles east northwest left, about 5 miles east northeast of St. Lawrence. That is in Glasscock County, Texas. National Service employee reports hail, ping pong size hail. That was 5 miles east northeast of St. Lawrence. Okay. And then Abilene, that was in Dickinson County, Kansas. Train spotter reports hail, ping pong size hail, 5:39 p.m. So that was about 2 minutes ago. DMX, which I think is Des Moines, issue a severe thunderstorm warning. Tornado Pass tag, 60 mile per hour winds and quarter-sized hail for Emmett, Palo Alto, Iowa, till 6:30 p.m. Central. And we do have a new tornado warning. So it looks like they ended up, I think if they're probably warning something on in here, looks like. So that's going to be for Almaton, Havana, Medford, Clinton Falls. If you're in any of those areas, make sure you are in your safe places. And if you haven't already, make sure you go to the lowest part building your home, most tier part building your home as you're underneath the tornado warning. So I just saw another post from Sierra, which is like basically a satellite, and thunderstorm recovered southeastern New Mexico yesterday afternoon, and there was just a lot of quite a lot of dust. And there's another tornado warning that just got issued, and that's gonna be down over here in Iowa. It's gonna be for Gratinger, Ringstead, and Armstrong, and near Wallingford in Iowa. So if you're in that area, make sure you are going to your safe place. Lowest part of building your home is tier part of building your home. Your rotation is gonna be right in there near Gratinger. I think is this Brian Kopic the closest to this? I think he is. Yeah, Brian Kopic is on the is in this tornado warned area. So I have to watch and see what is gonna be going on over where he's at. I don't know if he's too far from where the actual area that is rotating though, because I think the area that is rotating is gonna be right over near Gratinger. And we have a new tornado warning. So it looks like they are extending that tornado warning over this way. For this is okay. It is definitely. I mean, it definitely seems to be a strong area, but it's much more. It's still pretty broad of an area of rotation. But this new tornado warning in Minnesota is gonna be for Warsaw, Faribault, Cannon City, Nerstrand, Kenyon, Wings, Denison, up to Stanton. Also includes Walcott, Ruskin, and Casper Siding, and Cannon City in Minnesota. So if you're in any of those areas, make sure you are going to your lowest power building your home, most tier power building your home, as you're now underneath a tornado warning. I'm hearing from Brad Kopic's stream. Yeah, it sounds like it is starting to tie in over, starting to get its act together over in Iowa. This particular tornado warning storm right here. And this is also producing up to quarter-sized hail as well with that tornado warning storm there. Same with this one over here, with these two tornado warned areas. Those are also producing up to quarter-sized hail. Can I see if I had any reports at all? LBF cancels severe thunderstorm warning for Boyd County, Nebraska. Right now we have currently 3 tornado warnings ongoing right now. We do actually have a severe thunderstorm warning ongoing over in between. Well, this one will just expire on next 13 minutes, but we have a severe thunderstorm warning over in Michigan for 60-mile-per-hour winds and also quarter-size hail. It looks like, not quarter-size hail, ping-pong-size hail. Looks like we have some pretty sizable hail out of that cell there. Try to see if we got any good views. I think Marquette's radar is the only good view we can get right now with for reflectivity anyways. Try to see if we potentially have any rotation on this one anyways as well. But it doesn't look like there is anything that is at least a tornado concern on that cell at least. Looks like to be more of a wind and also hail threat out of that activity there. And it did just issue a new severe thunderstorm warning for West Concord, Claremont, and West Joa. Well, Twin Cities did. And that's going to be for quarter-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Oh, 11 minutes on that tornado warning. What am I moving here? Oh, that's why. I'm moving everything that is when what window? Oh, that's GR2. I'm like, what window am I moving on OBS? That was GR2. Okay. Yeah, it definitely is starting to look a little bit more messy on velocities compared to a few scans ago. Definitely seems to be more outflow. I am guessing they are warning. Those warnings are mainly for probably. There's either an embedded supercell within this, or it's mainly for a QLCS tornado threat at this point. With the because you see where you got your outflow, like that. I actually kind of zoom in a little bit better here so you can get a better visual. So I got that there. Hold on, that like that. And then you got that. That's the worst drawing I could have possibly done. So I got that. And then that. Like that. Although a lot of the storms are going more northeast as they are going that way there. They did just condense that tornado warning, it looks like. I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick. Yeah, I'll be right. Alright, we do have a new tornado warning that just got issued. That's going to be an extension to this tornado warning here. That is going to be for Sweet City, Bancroft, Lakota, and Layard. And that is going to be in Iowa. So we have currently 2 tornado warnings over in Iowa, and then actually now, well, technically 3 at the moment in Minnesota, but this one is going to expire in the next 4 minutes. And we have a new tornado warning over in Minnesota. It's going to be Fair Canyon, Pine Island, Zambroda, Goodhue, Wastado, Wamingo, Bell Creek, Nistrand, Vesa. So if you're in any of those areas, make sure you are going to the lowest part building or home, most tier part building home, as you're now underneath a tornado warning. I just saw a bunch of alerts just come through my YouTube. What is that? Oh, that's why. Max Archer is streaming. He's over in, looks like, Oklahoma. Ryan Scholl is in the Midwest here. And then Michigan Storm Chasers just went live. I don't know if they're in the Upper Peninsula or... Oh, no, wait. They do live coverage through radar like I do. Who else just went live? John McKinney, which is Freddie McKinney's dad, just went live as well, half hour ago. So, wow. Okay, yeah, we're definitely starting to see a little bit of more of a tighter area rotation. I think right near Kenyon, just west of Kenyon in Minnesota. I'm here from Brand Comic stream as well on the Tornado Warning Storm over near over here in Iowa. There seems to start hearing that there is a quite of a lowering. That's be to the east of Ringstead. Yeah, you can definitely see where we're starting to try and tighten right in there. Leia scans, it's strong but still broad in terms of rotation still. So one thing I will say about this so far is this is definitely gone quickly. Seems to be gone quickly in terms of a linear mode compared to having discrete cells. Still wouldn't rule out quite yet when it comes to having a tornado threat yet, but I think that tornado threat is gonna end up being underperforming by a lot. At least for right now. I think our next area when it comes to severe threat is definitely gonna be downstream from this portion, probably from Kansas and potentially Iowa. Although it doesn't look like right now there's much in Iowa at the moment. It is starting to get to the point we are getting to the night, more evening hours. Although that was on Visible Blue, but on True Color, definitely starting to see a little bit change in time here. Let me show you guys this over on the satellite here. So you can see where your supercells is fired off over in Kansas. And you can see where our supercells are currently over in Minnesota. And see, there's not really anything more back on the backside of this. So this is going to be our main line of storms for severe weather over in Minnesota. And here's the mosaic radar. You can kind of see through... Actually, a couple of showers, it looks like, going through northern Illinois, I think it looks like, potentially. Let me check on radar over here. Yeah, it looks like a couple of showers in northern Illinois. But the capping is it's still way too strong for anything to kind of get going over here right now. At least right now. And there's also a lot of dust on the backside on the backside of this too, as you can kind of see from. You still see a lot of that dust on the backside of this, from about this portion of Kansas all the way up to here in Wisconsin. You can see where the more brownish areas are for dust. It looks like they just issued a severe thunderstorm watch over in both Nebraska and then also in South Dakota and also Iowa. So let me switch over to that. So here's the new watch, severe thunderstorm watch just issued for this portion of Nebraska, this portion of South Dakota, and then this portion of Iowa. It's also overlapping the tornado watches that are out there right now. Which that is mainly going to be for wind and hail threat. Don't know much. That tornado threat shouldn't be too much. Shouldn't be too much of a big tornado threat, if anything. Yeah, look at the probabilities too. They're really, really low. Probably the lowest I've ever seen on probabilities for tornado probabilities. But then again, severe thunderstorm watches are typically not going to have high tornado probabilities. Let me actually check back up. One thing I do want to check is this is also not pretty. This is mainly looks like a tornado threat. You see the hail, like percentage. You see the hail there, but honestly, if there is gonna be hail, it's gonna be really small, if anything, out of that. You see here, this is actually, hold on, this is now, with the cell here, it is now producing up to, this is now producing up to tennis ball size hail. And then this one's now producing up to core size. So right now we have a damaging, severe thunderstorm warning right now over in, well, considerable damage, severe thunderstorm, threat over here in Kansas with the hail threat coming out of this from Chapman all the way up to Manhattan over in Kansas. Still gonna be, once again, tornado threat is really low, so not really expecting a whole, like, what we're expecting up here. I know we are in a tornado watch with this area, but honestly, I expect a little bit more of a hail threat right now in these areas we're looking at right now. New mesoscale discussion, and that is gonna be in Oklahoma and Texas, and areas such as Altus, Oklahoma, Vernon, and Crowell in Texas. So we have there's that tornado threat on it, and then there's also the wind and hail. It's mainly a hail threat. Initial supercells will pose a risk of very large hail and severe gusts. Tornado risk will increase into this evening. So it looks like most of our tornado threat, whenever it ends up starting to kind of ramp up, I think we're gonna start seeing mainly a nocturnal threat, if anything. This is producing golf ball size hail and 7-mile-per-hour winds, it looks like, out of this. I do wonder, this is an interesting little area there. And we do have, hold on, quick pause, I don't know what the other one was. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning here in Texas that still has 10 minutes left on it. This is a PDS severe thunderstorm warning that's producing large apple-sized hail and 7-mile-per-hour winds. So we have wind-driven large hail that's being wind-driven here as well. So this is gonna be causing definitely a lot of damage. If you're in Sterling City, you're gonna want to bring in some stuff from outside, because if you already seen a couple of hailstones are already big from this supercell. Seems like we're gonna be seeing some really sizable hail in the next probably 10 minutes or so, probably, depending on how fast this is moving. This is moving at northeast of 25, so probably next 15-ish minutes, probably. A new severe thunderstorm warning just got issued over in areas such as Altus, over here in Oklahoma. That's warned for golf ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind, so it's now down 10 miles per hour in terms of a wind threat, but it's still mainly a hail threat coming out of that cell. Now this is quite the supercell over here that's producing all that hail over here with large apple-sized hail. I know they say everything's bigger in Texas, but it seems like it also includes the hail too. Now it looks like Alex Rezel, rotating wall cloud north of Fenton, Iowa. So there is a wall cloud on the I think it is tornado warned right now, actually. Or is that from way back? I know that was not from way back. 6 minutes. Where is Fenton, Iowa? Hold on. Oh, it's way over here. So it looks like there is a supercell, looks like. That is, at least has a rotating wall cloud on it. It is tornado warned, though. Still have radar indicated on this area here. Definitely still have a strong but broad area of rotation still. And they have a new mesoscale discussion. And increasing severe risk, it looks like, with these areas. So it looks like we could be seeing a little bit more of a severe thunderstorm threat and potentially a tornado threat through this portion of Wisconsin and also Minnesota, it looks like. Looks like it's mainly a tornado threat with that 15 to 10%, but also got that wind and the hail threat, it looks like. But so far, we really haven't seen that hail threat yet come into play yet up here as what we're seeing in other places yet. No, we've seen at least a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings that were warned for at least golf ball size, $half dollar size hail, but None super large that is up to that tennis ball size hail quite yet. Although I think we did see a couple of lime size hail actually earlier. I think I could be wrong. Also, another thing on that mesoscale discussion on Southwest Oklahoma, it does mention a strong to intense tornado threat on that as well, which I think we did just see on the probabilities on that mesoscale discussion from earlier. Yeah. I'm gonna take my side of my neck. I'm gonna take a quick look at the environment real quick on mesoanalysis. And yeah, the environment that is yeah, let me switch over to that real quick. So you guys see where you have a lot of sin and you got your instability there. Like all your instability is there, just not a lot of storm coverage, I will say right now. Like there's really not a ton of storm coverage along these areas right now. Which is one of the things that was a concern for today when it came to storms for today. Wow, that's quite the. I just saw a picture from almost half hour ago on a supercell over near Quanah, Texas. It is quite the supercell over there, which I think is the one that is. I don't know if it's still warned for. It's now warned for lime-sized hail with 2 severe thunderstorm warnings and also 60-mile-per-hour wind hail. 60-mile-per-hour wind hail. 60-mile-per-hour winds. I don't know. I said. Alright, another severe thunderstorm warning just got issued for $half for sail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Just checking a couple of things as well. A couple of storms over here as well. 2 of them are warned with the severe thunderstorm watch for both $half size hail. Now over here we got to check back up on this. So this is now a warn for golf ball size hail and still 60-mile-per-hour winds. This is still a warn for quarter size hail at 60-mile-per-hour winds on that one to the north. And then of course we got this cell here, which let me go through the scans real quick. Hold on, because this one was organized like that, and then it seems like it is starting to split. One's going more north and one's going more northeast. So it could be interesting to watch on that one. Because that's one of the cells that was had a mystical discussion put on it for potential for a tornado risk for later down the line, and also hail too. Okay, curious. What does the tornado risk look like right now? So it looks like they have right now. They actually took off that 10%, and it's down to a back to a 5%. Looks like I did not. How long was ago was that? Oh wow, that was actually way long ago. I did not realize that. They still have the wind and also the hail threat down that way though. So what? I forgot. How many days left do we have of this month? I'm gonna 2 days, because well, technically today and then tomorrow and Wednesday are the days left we have this week. It looks like. Okay, I'm like, this is something random I just thought of. Like, how many days left of this month we have, and then that brings us over into May, which I guess we'll see how May is gonna go. I guess. So this is why just listening on Brand Copic stream right now. Alright, so we do have one tornado warning still left, which has got 9 minutes left on it. Then we'll be down to just well, tornado watch on the graphics here. There's like a hair, like a eyelash on my screen on my phone. Still got an area here that looks like a broad area still. I go back through scans. Yeah, it's still. I mean, it's still a broad area rotation still. Whether or not they continue the warning on that, that's gonna be one of the big questions, I guess. So I see a few more supercells starting to pop up in Kansas and, well, not Kansas, Nebraska, South Dakota, and also Iowa. Mainly hail and wind threat, though. Sounds like Brandon Copic is done with the chase for today. It sounds like storms are more outflow and cold and outflowy, he says. Alright, let me check satellite again real quick here. There's still quite a few supercells firing off between Texas, Oklahoma. Obviously, the ones in Kansas, they have just issued a new tornado warning. As I was just saying, that's gonna be for Bryceland, Keister, Mansfield, Twin Lakes, Glenville, Hayward, Albert Lee, Eldon, Clarks Grove, Bath. It's gonna be near Freeborn and Heartland and Minnesota. So seeing some images coming on in on Twitter. I just saw TRG Tornado go live. I don't know. Okay, I don't know what it is, but for some reason, when it comes to loading Storm Chaser streams, I have no problems. But when it comes to loading those who are also doing live streams like this, I have like so many issues loading their streams. I don't know why. All right, so they just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning. That is gonna be between the Minnesota and Wisconsin border with tornado power tag and 6 mile per hour winds. Obviously, this one was the newly tornado warned storm there. Looks like they're gonna let that expire out. This is radar indicated rotation. Rotation. So it's mainly just rotation right now. So nothing on the ground and whatnot at the moment. I just tweaked a little bit of the colors on the watches. Actually, I might need to put a little bit higher on the fill opacity for the severe thunderstorm watch. There we go. That's a little better. So it's a little bit more viewable than what was before, I think. Let me know in the chat if that's seems a little bit more viewable. I am kind of curious. What does the dew points look like right now with some of these dew points and whatnot? So temperature is 70. You can see the temperature is just declining on this backside already with some of these station plots. Still got 60-degree dew points at some of these. Although how far? Oh, this was 15 minutes ago. But I mean, you still got high temperatures that are up there along with the dew points still. All right, they did just cancel out that well, it expired on its own, but they have another severe thunderstorm warning there for course I sail 6 mile per hour winds. I'm kind of curious, what does it look like out here? So 50-degree dew points, 60 to there. Although how far back was that? 603, so way far back. So it looks like it's a little bit of a cold core kind of setup. Let me look at velocities. I'm kind of curious. Oh wow! Actually, noticing a little bit of area rotation actually near northeast of Marcus over in is that Iowa? Although it's I mean it's there is a hook on it. So the only thing that this would struggle with is the moisture, which is those dew points. The wind shear would go up though, but we'll see what happens in the next, I guess, half hour or so with some of the severe cells, especially this one here, which has definitely an area that's rotating in there over near Paulina, north of Marcus. Got an itch on my side here. I do want to check. I was gonna check on a couple things, but I don't remember where. Let me check back up on this. Which there is quite the velocities over here in Kansas, which are gonna be interesting to watch in terms of a tornado threat if we have anything that ends up getting a hook on that, or at least an embedded like an embedded area that is a supercell that's gonna try and that potentially tries and does something, and both of these did just split. It looks like, which I mean we did see from previous scans that these were splitting, but it looks like they have basically at this point completely split. Actually, Cameron, I forgot there's a cyclone port here in near Abilene. That's what it looks like right now over in Texas near Abilene. What is on my desk that's sticky? What? Okay, I need to get move these batteries on my dead batteries on my desk. So I have like two different batteries on my desk, but they're from my well, they were from my Xbox controller that I have, but I have two fresh batteries on in there. They just looks like they are condensing that tornado watch. It looks like. Let me check if we have anything from the storm prediction center as of now, other than the one we got from about half hour ago with increasing severe risk, which the main threat was on a probability with being tornadoes. So we'll see what happens. I do wonder if we have anything on the tornado from yesterday. Because yesterday, there in western Nebraska, we had a wedge tornado. Looks like damage survey update from that. So the incredibly large tornado that struck near Bingham, Nebraska yesterday, April 27, 2025, has ruled a high-end EF2 by the NWS and North Platte. Peak winds were estimated at 132 miles per hour, with a width of 1.25 mile width. And that's still preliminary, though. I'm pretty sure, too. Would be kind of hard to kind of exactly. Seems like it probably would take probably a little bit longer on that specific survey, considering most of it occurred over the Sandhills in Nebraska, western Nebraska. It's kind of checking up and down at this point when it comes to some of these severe storms. This one, it looks to be mainly a wind threat with this supercell here, with up to 70 mile per hour winds. Although this one's warned for lime-sized hail, though. So I don't know what's going on there with the two different severe thunderstorm warnings. I do want to check back up on what's going on with the velocities here. It does look like there is something still over that is by Lake City that is trying to rotate. Not 100% sure down here. We are kind of far from radar on this here. That's just contamination there. I don't know what the that's just contamination right there near Conger. Still got the story warning still going for another 22 minutes, which is gonna be for still for from Keister all the way up to Bath and also Glenville and Albert Lee in Minnesota. Different in these areas, make sure you just continue to say your safe places until the storm warning is either canceled out or expired out. Which there's a chance I'll probably just let it expire out if anything. That doesn't look like it's as of previous scans, it doesn't look like it's as healthy as it was earlier for a supercell. Still warned for golf ball size hail and 60 mile or not 60, 70 mile per hour winds actually. This one is warned for 60, but it's still warned for golf ball sized hail. I'm sorry, is that what did I read on that station plot? 5:51 p.m. at this airport here near San Angelo. 90 degrees, 62-degree dew points. Or is that an airport? I have no idea what station plot that is. Because typically you're going to find your station plots at airports. Typically. Sometimes they're not at airports. So it looks like it's like a mesonet, probably. Looking at current... Wait, what? Oh, I'm looking at the wrong ones I was trying to look at earlier. I'll look at these ones here. Yeah. I think these ones probably will say wind and hail threat, if anything, for right now with those two cells. Ever since that split. This one, see, a lot of these right now in Texas seem to be mainly wind and hail threat. We do have a flash flood warning now over in Kansas from Abilene and all the way up to Manhattan, Kansas. As right now, we have one supercell that is warned for golf ball size hail and 7 mile per hour winds. Although this one is warned for $half size hail and 70 mile per hour winds. I can kind of see some storms starting to kind of fire up a little bit over in southeastern Nebraska. Still gotta be monitoring to see what ends up happening still. But right now, this seems to be just very linear for severe weather today. I'm starting to see not as much of a tornado threat compared to perhaps a wind and hail threat. Mainly a wind threat, if anything, this line of storms. New severe this morning, tornado pass tag on it. Core size hail, 6 mile per hour winds. to be from Buffalo Center all the way up to Lake Mills. Still, we're not. We're not at the end quite yet. Still, when it comes to the severe weather for today, but it is definitely gonna be a kind of like a slower process if this is gonna be the case for severe weather today. This is still in that moderate area, so. Still got about 15 minutes left on that tornado warning. Hold on, I just saw a tweet from Hunter Hurley. Tornado ongoing east of Bella Village, Kansas. Well, it's very windy though. You can see all the winds on that this little pocket from earlier. So if there's a tornado in there, it's got to be like a very tiny little one. So continue to stay safe places if you're in any of these areas for the next 14 minutes. A new severe thunderstorm warning just got issued in Kansas for 7-mile-per-hour winds and golf ball sized hail. I don't know what my mouse is hitting other than my goldfish and also water bottle. I just realized I have Hunter Hurley's notifications on. Hold on. Try to see what we got here. Hold on. Try to go back in the stream. See what we can see here. Apparently he saw a tornado. So I got I said, because I got enhanced risk here and enhanced risk here for tomorrow, and here's day 3. Slight risk in Texas again and Oklahoma. Don't know what the specifics on the risk for Wednesday will be. Excuse me. They just issued. Hold on, I just saw some. They just issued a special weather statement over in Nebraska for a cold front. Wind gusts up to 50-mile-per-hour winds and blowing dust. Now, let me take a quick look at pivotal weather. Actually, I need to stay on national. Let me look at GFS. And wait, I'm looking at the wrong day. Yeah, Wednesday it looked like it could be doing some. Okay, I know Euro's gotta go straight to like 12Z run, but even on a 12Z run, on 12Z and it run on Euro, it's a little bit slower with like kind of like a low. I'm kind of curious what the dew points look like. Hold on. I mean, the dew points are there for Wednesday. Let me go back to GFS on 18Z for Wednesday. Yeah, both of runs from GFS and Euro are kind of showing something of some sort, especially over the Fort Worth, Dallas area. Where not anything actually happens, will it be kind of like, all right, we'll have to see what happens. It's seriously, yeah, okay, so you can see where that cold front is at, right in there. It's kind of like a bow. Is this one also as well, or... Yeah. So both these are for our cold front right here with the special weather statements. Oh, whoa, 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 hold on. I am noticing something on this backside here by Holland. We do have a little bit of an area there that is rotating just east of Holland and in Kansas. So I'm also kind of paying attention to satellite with the Mosaic radar on COD site. And I think there's a good chance that we have a situation where we have a squall line. But if we do have any cells that end up at least discrete, then we could potentially have a strong tornado. Which right now, that is not the case at the moment. And we still got 4 minutes on that tornado warning, even with that severe tornado warning too. That's warned for $half size hail. Well, they're both warned for $half size hail, but all right, they just issued a new severe tornado warning. Tornado pops tag, $half size hail, and 6 mile per hour winds. That is gonna be in Minnesota, from Kaiser all the way up to Summit, and all the way to London in Minnesota. So still a wind threat and hail threat out of this activity, this line here of storms. This I'm kind of what does I'm kind of curious. I know sometimes the ARRR is not the best when it comes to some things, but I'm kind of curious. Where is where's composite? I know composite reflectivity. What is the difference between yeah, 23Z ARRR is showing that squall line. What is the let me go to about 2022Z. Yeah, 22Z showing like it shows like a squall line and then it shows a bunch of like discrete cells, but then it dies off. Like let me show you guys this. Hold on. So this is 22Z, and then that's like the squall line about nowish, and then you kind of see it kind of splits up into almost like a couple different cells in Iowa, which once again, if we have any discrete cells, those have the potential for producing strong tornadoes. And then you can kind of see it kind of dies out. And then a couple of cells actually in Illinois, showers and storms there. But other than that, not a whole lot in terms of severe weather. It's kind of even the same from previous Malverons, kind of. Well, I don't know. We'll see what happens in the next couple hours. I mean, once again, it's not quite over yet. All right, they did issue a tornado warning for by Holland. You can see where that area once again. You can see where that area of rotation is right in there. And as you can see, it's also kind of was developing that hook after a little while too. It's see more like showers and storms kind of training on into this area. And it already got condensed too. Oh, I just realized I was still on satellite the entire time. Alright, so we no longer have the tornado warning up in Minnesota. And only have severe thunderstorm warnings right now. Within that 15% area. And we have new severe thunderstorm warnings got issued for $half size hail all the way up here. And once again we do, well actually we have Duluth radar here, but that's not much better of coverage for radar. And that's gonna be going for a half hour. I'm gonna bear back real quick, everybody. just wanted to check back up on this a little bit ago. And this is definitely weakened out as of current scans. Still would prefer everyone who is at least within this to still stay in your safe places as you're in tornado warning. We did just get two severe thunderstorm warnings that just got issued basically at the same time. Although one's for 23 minutes and the other is for 38. Both are for $half sized hail. Still got the severe thunderstorm warnings ongoing over in Minnesota and also one over in Wisconsin, I think. Yeah, one is Wisconsin. We do have a special weather statement for 50 to 50 mile per hour winds and pea-sized hail. And we have a couple of severe thunderstorms starting to pop up over here in Oklahoma and Texas still. This one looks like it's just organized a little bit ago there. Over by, what's the nearest town here? Benjamin, Texas. And these look like it's still been on a downtrend for weakening out, looks like. Let me take a quick back look at the satellite. Yeah, there's seems like we have almost like two different squall lines almost. Although this one seems like it has embedded supercells in it in Kansas. And then the one over in Minnesota and Wisconsin is just basically at this point a complete just squall line, like a complete squall line at this point. And this is actually now produced. This says tornado tag up to golf ball size hail and 6 mile per hour winds as read on that. So it's producing quite sizable hail out of that. And this tornado watch still goes till midnight with this one, and then over here it's 11 o'clock central. And then this one is going to be going till also 11 p.m. tonight as well. Probably going to give this at least an hour or two. And see what these do. And depending on what these do... Depending on what these end up doing... we'll see. That probably might be the end of the stream for tonight. I saw a post from Argo from Storm HQ. Looks like the liking conversion is along the dry line across Iowa is not allowing for any convection to fire up. Likely will stay that way. Let me actually check radar over in Des Moines. We have a new severe storm warning that just got issued for 6 mile per hour winds and also gulf size hail. This could be concerning with this here as it's kind of splitting off. And yeah, even on radar, there's literally not a lick of anything that's even firing off in Iowa. There's a lot of special weather statements though over in Nebraska though, which for mainly just wind. And there's a couple of these storms out here, but I don't think these are going to do anything, to be honest. Other than maybe just rain. New severe thunderstorm warning over in Wisconsin, actually. There's a lot of storms over here that are initiating, it looks like. Which one of them actually has, actually a tornado prospect on it. And we have a new tornado warning that just got issued. That is going to be somewhere. That's going to be all the way up here in Minnesota, actually. Oh, wow, yeah. We do have quite the, actually, couplet there over in, near Mission in, Minnesota there. So, Mission, what Walking Nambago. I completely botched that name. Little Pine, Palisade. Those are the towns that are included within this. Waldeck, Hasman, Pine Knoll, Wolford, Trollmeld. So if you're in any of those areas, go to your lowest probability home, most secure probability home, as you're now underneath a tornado warning. Also, another thing I was got to point out with this one here, with the tornado pause tag, you can literally see where that area rotation is at right there near White Lake and Wisconsin. That is definitely going to be something that could be concerning later down the line, depending if it does end up tightening a little bit more than what is going on there. This one, though, definitely seems like there's a tight couplet on it right now, though. And it looks like it was a quick area rotation too, because on the latest scans it basically died out. As you can kind of see, it literally already died out as of current. You can kind of see where it's kind of strengthening though, as it was going towards Mission and Minnesota. It's interesting how that was literally outside of tornado watch area too. We no longer have the tornado warning in Kansas. So we have a couple areas right now that we're going to be watching for. The one cell right now that's tornado warning over Minnesota, although that one I think is not going to be as much of a concern at this point, since that rotation has died out as of current scan. Project Weather Eye is out there right now with wherever Vince Volti put it, Lake Mills, Iowa. Unless that's from his car. New discussion for the areas over in Oklahoma and Texas. Supercells will continue to pose a risk of very large hail with an increasing tornado risk into this evening. So it looks like there's still a potential for tornadoes and also large hail, and also that wind risk, which we have seen that hail risk today, and also I think that wind risk too in Texas. Not so much of that tornado threat though yet. Imagine it'd be more of a nocturnal threat if I could speak English. Oh wow, yeah. Let me actually go back over to the satellite so you can kind of see where your storms are initiating there, and they kind of just absolutely just fire up. It is absolutely dusty over here. Holy, I mean, it is dusty. I literally looked out my window. It is dusty haven out here. I mean, it is brown. Oh, I knocked her into a chair. Oh, that's interesting too. Spot the front. Spot the front. got some storms that just started initiating there. So we could start seeing some more storms and like some storms and showers over here in Oklahoma and Texas, I think, from what I'm seeing here. New severe dust warnings, a bunch of them actually, with tornado pos tags on them. I think a couple. If we do have a rotation on this one, it's gonna be back here over near Blackwell more than likely. And honestly, the one by White Lake that we saw earlier that had a bit more tight of an area rotation, which that was tight there, but looks like it's kind of weakened out. Other than this side, it still has strong velocities on it, but it's gonna be interesting to watch for whatever is got to be going on over here in Michigan, because there is an area here near Polar as well. It seems like it's got to try to get its act together as well in terms of rotation. Still have tornado warning ongoing still in Minnesota. There's a little bit of an area there near Mondovi that's rotating. There's a tornado pause tag on that severe thunderstorm warning, so but yeah, once again, there is a little area there near Mondovi that is rotating. I do feel like we are gonna start seeing more of a QLCS tornado threat out of this activity at this point, compared to a discrete cell with the northern mode of this. Southern mode, all the way down here, seems like it's gotta be mainly discrete cells for wind and hail. And this is more for lime-sized hail and Gulf-sized hail there. But you can already see some of these already starting to die down already, with a couple of these showers and storms slash showers that popped up a little bit of, like half hour ago or so. Ping pong size hail here. Quite the even that on that one, that's quite the hail core on that too. Try to see what, if anything, if we got anything else here. So this looks like they're still continuing that tornado warning up in Minnesota for still another 37 minutes. It sounds like another not tornado warning. Yeah, severe thunderstorm warning just got issued for core-size hail and also 60-mile-per-hour winds. Also, this one here still, I think this one I read earlier with the half-dollar size hail. Yeah. This one seems to be like well the storms in Kansas seem to be the ones that are the main concern for a lot of the threat today. It looks like. So a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings ongoing. I do want to check the velocities again on some of these. Still got an area here, but I think if there is any rotation left, it's kind of died down by now, or is at least broad enough, broad to it's broad, but it doesn't seem like it's got to do much. I can see the top of a like I said, or is that okay? No, that's just clouds. I think that's just a cumulus cloud. I'm like, is that the top of a like a cell there? But no. Unless it's like a towering cumulus, which is possible. So I am looking at radar. It looks like there's a little bit of rain with it. So I got 33 minutes on a tornado warning still. I'm, at this point, I'm just like monitoring satellite at this point. So right now, it doesn't seem like we're gonna have much in Iowa, because Iowa have been the last place for if anything would have been happening. Although it seems like there's a clear slot, but nothing's kind of going in that area right now, other than maybe a couple storms in that area, like up here and over here. Another severe thunderstorm warning in Kansas for core-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. It's just a whole train of wind and hail with this. over here in Kansas. There's a couple areas here I'm watching back here as well, because it looks like I know far from radar here, because the next radar would be like one by Grand Forks, but that does barely even sees anything on these here. But it does look like we have a little bit of a hook on that. Whoa, hold on. Starting to see a couple of showers and storms actually firing up over in Iowa, looks like, actually. Was there a chance that could be too late with these storms firing up? But we'll watch and see within the what these do within the hour. Alright, they did just issue a new tornado watch in Wisconsin. That's gonna be going until 2 in the morning Central Time. For this portion of Iowa, all the way basically the entire central portion of Wisconsin. A few tornadoes being likely, scattered hail up to 2 inches, and scattered gusts of say 5 mile per hour wind gust. I'm gonna be watching these two little showers. So I do wonder if they are gonna do anything at all, because this is like the one area where we have that is at least clear of anything. I wonder if we have any other reports. Let me check on IEM bot monitor. And it does not look like we have any. We do not. It doesn't look like we have any reports at all, other than just National Service offices canceling warnings for certain counties and whatnot. So still got tornado warning still going for another 27 minutes. Well, I'm still watching to see what these kind of do over here, but I think this one here is. I mean, maybe something in there trying to rotate, but I think that cell is. Other than that, quick area that was rotating earlier that kind of had a couple of that. I think that one is kind of just done. And we'll see that tornado watch pop up soon on Radar Mega soon here. Still got a tornado plastic on this one here. I'm still trying to see if we got anything at all from honestly anyone at this point with what's going on. Still seems like there's still an area near Madavi trying to do something, but if that is an area that's rotating, it's kind of embedded within there. Hold on. Wait a minute. We potentially could have a tornado that's on the ground here. And that just was just to the northeast of Moldavi. That seems like there is a tight area of rotation. Hold on. Hold the phone. Hold the phone. Yeah, it definitely seems like we potentially have a tornado that's on the ground right now over in Wisconsin. So I imagine it could be a like a smaller tornado too. Although that debris signature does not say small tornado. Although there could be a lot of trees in the area too, so that sometimes could make debris signatures a lot bigger than what the actual tornado size is. Okay, they did just warn it. Yep, there we go. There's a tornado warning right in Wisconsin. We have a tornado that's on the ground. Officially warned now. That's me for Cleghorn, Allen, Foster, Augusta, Fall Creek. And that is going to be in Wisconsin. Once again, that is going to be in Wisconsin. We have a tornado that's on the ground. Let me actually check not Radar Omega, but GR2. Let me try and do a cross section here because once again we do have a tornado that's indeed on the ground. Seems like it could be a strong tornado though, considering the debris signature. Looks like the debris was lofted. It looks like. Oh, let me check here. Hold on, let me check here. If I can get this, where is this at? Hold on. I feel like this cross-section is not cross-sectioning correctly. Wonder if, the volume will work. Volume. Okay, maybe not. But yeah, that is gonna be a good researcher right in there. So we had a brief, potentially a brief strong tornado that was on the ground. As of now, it still seems like there's still potential of this on the ground, moving towards Cleghorn and Allen in Wisconsin. Looks like on latest scans. They're still continuing that tornado warning up in northern not Wisconsin, Minnesota. It looks like. Yeah, that was quite the debris signature that I just saw there. That we saw a few moments ago there in Wisconsin. I was not. I mean, I knew there was gonna be at least some type of tornado today, but I was not expecting it to be right in Wisconsin. Although, is this within the 50% area actually? I think this is. Yeah. Although it's not really. Today's not really acting like a 15%. And this is going to be going for 30 minutes. So if you're in any of these areas, make sure you are in your safe place. This is going to be going towards Cleghorn and also Brackett in Wisconsin. That tornado warning up here has about 17 minutes left on it. Let me check back up on Iowa real quick. Starting to see a little bit more showers starting to pop up over in Iowa, it looks like. Whether or not these do anything is going to be the big question. Right now, some of these are like, they're popping up and then they're dying out. They condensed that tornado watch. I think they might have. Let me check velocities real quick. And it looks like this could, because there's a second area here. So it could be recycling, potentially. Let me actually check some of these Equitops. I am kind of curious. There's a little bit. This shower though is kind of actually tall. So that could be something to watch for potentially if it does end up continuing. Which right now it's a lot of these anything in Iowa right now is struggling to get going. I wonder what the Equitops look like on these. 40,000, 30-ish thousand, somewhere around there. I said I just realized there's a Spire Network Twitter. I did not realize that. Although it looks like they're posting more towards they're posting more on Blue Sky, it looks like though. Spire 1 miles northeast of Elmer, Oklahoma. Rotating wall cloud to my west. So there's a wall cloud on a supercell over down in Oklahoma. Looks like it is just contamination haven though on velocities. So where is Elmer, Oklahoma? Where is that at? Okay, it's right here. So this is the one that's producing that Gulf Coast ice hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds. So there apparently is a wall cloud that's rotating on this. Also Spotter 1 mile southwest Webster City, Iowa. Casey's bathroom. Oh, that's okay. That's a false report. Spotter 1 mile north of Thompson, Iowa. Which is all the way up here. And that is indeed where, as for reward for core size hail, that was just less than core size. It's like 3/4 of the quarter. So the entire Spider network right now is going crazy with reports. Still got still have minutes, well, almost 10 minutes on the touring wing up in Minnesota. Still continue to stay safe places. It looks like the velocities on this are starting to fall apart a little bit. Would not be surprised if something does end up trying to reproduce later down the line. Because we literally just had a brief tornado. Let me go back down to the cell over in El Dorado real quick. Hold on. I was gonna say, if there is rotation, if there's a rotating wall cloud, it's gonna be in there probably. Although there's just a lot of contamination on that, so we'll see what happens the next probably half hour. I gotta readjust how I'm sitting here. So I got 8 minutes on this. If we still have rotations, it could be over there. And Allen and Foster in Wisconsin. Which right now we don't have anything that's underground at the moment, even though this does say it's observed. Which that was just from a brief tornado we had earlier. That was by Mondavi, southwest of Cleghorn. I'm checking GR2, and there still seems to be some type of updraft on this. Still with this tornado warning storm, which is still gonna be going for about 20 minutes still. Because once again, we did have a tornado a little bit on the ground. Well, a little bit ago on the ground. If I go back a little bit here on scan, so you can kind of see formed just to the northeast of Mondavi. It seems like it kind of started peaking around 7:36 ish. It was on peaked for about a minute before lifting, and then it's now just to the northeast. Now, well, it's currently over Foster, going northeast towards Augusta, Wisconsin. I'm kind of curious. I want to go back a little bit here. If I go where the peak was at, start peaking at least. I do wonder if there is any, like, homes or something. It looks like there's some homes actually over here. Obviously, this is, like, just, like, a general idea of where there could have been a tornado. It doesn't mean the actual size of the tornado. But there definitely is potentially some damage within that area. Hopefully minor damage. But not, obviously, never a guarantee. Still got 4 minutes on 20 warning up here still. Which that is basically falling apart at this point. I mean, look at all that. It's literally a cluster of just showers and storms at this point. Alright, new Mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. And that is regarding this corridor right here. Short-term severe corridor. Tornado probability is pretty high. Hail. So I see more of a hail and wind threat out of all this. I know we did have a one kind of like embedded supercell earlier that didn't produce a tornado, but did end up being kind of wrapping up and having a strong area rotation on it. But like I said, did not end up producing anything at all. And we have another tornado warning. Where is it going to be at? Hold on, let me see. Try to zoom out here. That seemed like it's in Minnesota. Where is it at? Oh, let me see. Oh, let me check my notifications here. Because typically when I hear that's typically a tornado warning. Surprisingly, I haven't heard that notification going off like it normally does. I don't know why Radar Omega has so many issues when it comes to alert sounds. I'm just waiting for it to pop up here. Oh, this is a really late and delayed tornado warning sound that I have going on, which is completely possible, but we'll see. Because it does seem to be the case that it's a really late and delayed alert sound. Alright, no longer have a tornado warning over in Minnesota. Do have a wind report here. Building damage time estimated by radar. Still observe tag on that tornado warning still. It doesn't look like we have anything that's notably on the ground. Definitely starting to turn more into a line of storms, I will say. Let me check back about the Iowa storm, like short storms and showers here. Which it looks like there's more storms and showers starting to pop up, but whether or not these do anything is going to be, once again, still the big question. But right now, it doesn't. The more it just more and more like more and more just looks less likely to be the case. Honestly. 5 miles north of Augusta, apparently. I did notice something right in here though. That was kind of suspicious for a CC drop. So I wonder if it was wind or if there was like another brief tornado there. It's kind of interesting. It's an interesting little thing that happened there. So there's a chance they extend that tornado warning. Alright, there we go. There's the extension on tornado warning I was mentioning. Alright, so that now includes all the way from Fairchild all the way up to Stanley in Wisconsin. And then they issue a severe thunderstorm warning. It's before our tornado bounce tag and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Alright, let me check my notifications. There's a tornado warning notification from NWS Tornado. So nothing from a Storm Prediction Center as of now. Ew. Oh, okay. I need to drink some water. For some reason, that whatever happened with my like throat went out there. It's usually I need water when that happens there. Okay, they just issued another tornado warning. So it looks like this is starting to look like a QLCS tornado threat with this one specific line here, which is kind of interesting with how this is going right now. You can kind of see the areas there that's rotating. I think we got another area there. Got a couple. Oh, we got like one here and one here that I think are rotating. So this now includes Willard, Greenwood, Longwood, and I think it's either Resburg or Reesburg. I don't know. Someone let me know in the chat how you pronounce that specific town name. I sound like I don't know. But if you're in any of these areas, make sure you are going to the lowest part of building your home, no severe part of building your home, as you're not on a tornado warning. Hello, welcome. Currently have a QLCS tornado threat ongoing over, and this one part that is tornado warned right now in Wisconsin. And also we got a couple of cells that are starting to pop up over in well, we got a couple of showers. I don't know if these are quite storms, but they are kind of growing a little bit. Will be interesting to see what they do, if anything at all, down the line. And then we got these storms here that are producing wind and hail. And then we also got the storms over here in Oklahoma, which you got one big giant cluster right here. Holy. Let me turn on Echo Tops. Look at it. Hold on. Is that 50,000, 55,000, 50? Hold on. I need to go over to GR2 real quick. Hold on. Alright, let me just, this is going to be a big old box. Alright. Look at that. This is from radar right here. This is gonna be, this is like right near radar, so it's gonna have these weird little ripples, but I mean, that is, look at that. Absolutely insane. I think if I remember correctly, this is like all your updrafts right in there too. Or not all your updrafts, but like just one big supercell right now in Oklahoma, southwest Oklahoma. Getting back to your last stream, yes. I'm kind of curious. Oh, I didn't. Oh, okay. Yeah. So that's what happens. When you kind of do a giant area. It doesn't work too well. Let me go over to the radar over here in Wisconsin. We're gonna take a look at what this line storms look like from radar. Although I don't know how well it's gonna look like. Yeah, there we go. Man, look at that. This would probably be, I mean, that this isn't impressive already, but I forgot. I know it was really impressive on GR2 when we had at the ratio last year in July. Where is, oh, there. Alright, I gotta like do a cut. I gotta do some cleaning real quick here. Hold on. I gotta do a quick check. Where is my mouse cursor? Okay, this is observed as well, it looks like. Let me check it. Oh, wow. Yeah. There it is. Right near, right to the, west of, well, east of Augusta. So, yeah, we do have a tornado that's on the ground again in, Augusta. And it looks like, quite sizable debris signature that's on the ground right now, too. This is kind of like the second time this has happened already. Because we had one earlier, and then we had another one just now, as you can kind of see. Why is velocity in northeast Sioux City so intense? Let me... Wait. That's Sioux Falls. Where is Sioux City? Oh, wow. Yeah. What is going on there? And there's no tour possible tag on it either. That is something. This is taking forever to load for some reason. So, as of current scan, we still have a tornado on the ground still. But yeah, that is quite some velocities on that. I'm surprised I didn't catch that earlier when I was looking at that radar. And Ridderback's taking forever. Okay. I'm like, okay, no, it's actually loading properly for once, actually. That's surprising. Actually, it's been pretty good today, surprisingly, for updating radar today. I'm gonna jinx it, aren't I, with if I do anything tomorrow, depending if I am able to go live tomorrow. Let me go actually check back up on that area that's has those velocities real quick, actually. Let me... Things are falling off my desk. Yeah, that has been going for a while. I do wonder how much of that is silo contamination. Because it looks like it's been going for a while. Over near Cherokee. And then they also updated this one as well, it looks like, on that tornado warning as well. Which right now it looks like it has occluded again. We've had like 3 separate tornadoes with this already. With this QLCS tornado threat. I think, let's see if they updated anything yet. They're still keeping that moderate risk, apparently. Like, they're legitimately still, they have not changed much. I did not want to do that. Let's see. I doubt it's updated yet on Radar Omega, but I just want to see. Yeah, it hasn't updated yet on Radar Omega yet. But we'll see the outlook soon here because they legitimately kept the moderate risk. So also looking at the you kind of see this line right here. That is an outflow boundary right there, which is kind of preventing a tornado, like a tornado, like QLCS tornado spam essentially. All right, there we go. There's well, that's from you can see the IM view it, but here is the outlook for day one for today. They're still keeping the slight risk behind there, and also marginal risk. I'm surprised it hasn't been like condensed all the way like there. I'm surprised they've kept it. I still have the enhanced risk down in Oklahoma as well. Like they got a lot of areas, similar areas still that have like some things have obviously changed, but some things have not changed at all since last outlook. All right, here we go. There's the full thing. All right, so here is the moderate risk right here, enhanced risk, and then you saw your 15% tornado risk, which you're keeping still, with the this northern portion of Iowa and also this portion of Wisconsin, which we have a couple of. We have that one tornado warning that's still ongoing right now, which both tornado warnings are still observed. It's mainly for a QLCS tornado, since this is a line of storms at this point. And here is the two areas where we had 30% wind risk, which honestly, I don't know how much of that we've seen today. The hail risk we've definitely seen in Texas, over in this region so far today. I don't know about here so far yet today into tonight. Let me read the summary real quick. So multiple quarters of severe thunderstorms will continue this evening from the upper Midwest and the central southern plains. Tornadoes, large hail, and severe gusts all remain possible, including some strong tornado potential. Upper Midwest convection has generally evolved into a linear mode from northern Iowa into southeast Minnesota and western Wisconsin, though with occasional embedded supercells noted. The environment farther south across Iowa and downstream of the ongoing storms remain very favorable for organized convection with moderate to strong buoyancy and favorable low level and deep layer shear. Development of more discrete storms is uncertain, however, there remains a potential for a couple sustained supercells to develop and pose a threat for all severe hazards, including conditional strong tornado potential. Otherwise, the ongoing cluster will continue to pose a threat for damaging winds, hail, and embedded tornadoes as it moves eastward through the evening. Farther west, a couple of small supercells may continue in the vicinity of the cold front this evening near the Iowa-Minnesota border region before weakening later tonight. Northeast Kansas into northwest Missouri and vicinity. Cluster of supercells is ongoing across northeastern Kansas this evening, with earlier reports of large to very large hail. Given the ongoing clustering of storms, some upscale growth will be possible at times this evening with a threat of damaging wind and hail. Increasing low-level flow, which is your low jet basically, with time and eastward extent will also support a tornado threat with any supercells that can persist through the evening. And in southern plains of southern Kansas, Missouri, widely scattered supercells have developed from northwest Texas into southwest Oklahoma with a strongly unstable and variably sheared environment. These cells will continue to pose the threat of large to very large hail and localized severe gusts through the evening, increasing tornado potential, including a localized strong tornado potential, as a strengthening nocturnal low jet substantially increases storm relativity. For more, see MCD 592 for more information in this area. Additional storm development and eventual evolution of one or more clusters will possibly later tonight from north Texas into Oklahoma, south central, southeast Kansas, possibly southern Missouri due to the increasing low jet, and eventually approach of a cold front from the north. The late night convection could pose a continued threat for hail and damaging winds and possibly a tornado for any storms that can remain surface-based. That was a long read. I don't know if I took a single breath during that read. Yeah, you can kind of see, yeah, you can see a supple cells. Supercells are producing that hail wind over here in Kansas and even into Missouri right here over near St. Joseph. And this is like the one cluster of storms right here that's been producing wind and hail. And we do have a PDS severe thunderstorm warning in Oklahoma for large apple-sized hail and 7-mile-per-hour winds. And that's going to be going towards Magnum, Granite, Lone Wolf, and Willow. About similar to what we saw, actually, the other day in Texas with those large hailstones. Although, we haven't seen as many supercells, I feel like, that have been producing that size of hailstones today as what we saw the other day. Still got a couple of showers and storms still in Iowa, which... Still watching to see if these are doing anything, which this one here looks like it's trying to organize, but it seems like it's starting to die down a little bit. This one, however, near Atlantic, looks like it's trying to do something, potentially. Got a couple of hail reports from Next Red History here. Picking up some, like, hailstones on that one. So got about 20 minutes on that 21. You still observe tag on it. We don't have anything that's on the ground right now, but this is a linear mode for storms on this one here. So this could produce QLCS tornadoes potentially if they do end up producing, which we've seen 3 out of this area here. Going all the way from Mondovi all the way to over here. Basically this little section, general area here, we've seen a couple tornadoes that were short-lived, but did do some damage. Can you see the local radars, or whatever they're called, like the tiny Doppler radars with small? I mean, I could see the TWR. I could see the those are well, those are typically these are like the airport radars, but like the like this yellow dot right there, that's gotta be your airport radar. Other than that, I can't really see like local radars because I know there's a radar over in where is it? Near in over in Durant, but it's not available over on Radar Omega. TCMI radar north of Kansas City. So this one right here. If this got to load. Did this just break? Yeah, okay, apparently Shift V doesn't want to work on base velocity, but that's probably because Shift V is high res. I don't know. Kind of weird. But you can kind of see, there's a long range velocity, not velocity reflectivity, and then this is short range. But short range seems like it has a little bit better detail. You can kind of see it almost like a jelly roll over here. Doesn't seem like there is actual, maybe something in there, but doesn't seem like anything as, it doesn't seem something too imminent on that, though. Because this is board for course I sail and 7 mile per hour winds, so it's probably just mainly just wind on that. There's actually, hold on, there's a, okay, I thought that was 80. I'm like, wait a minute, 80. But there is a 7 mile per hour wind report here from earlier. 7 mile per hour wind in Atchison County in Kansas there. We do have a another tornado warning that just got issued as well. It's to be for Loyal, Longwood, Atwood, Curtis, Dorchester, Owen, Colby, Abbotsford. As radar indicated rotation. I would not be surprised if this continuously gets warned, mainly for probably just brief tornadoes that we have seen multiple times. You know, I am kind of curious. Hold on, I'm gonna go back down here real quick. What is dinging over on IM? There is a some strong storms over here too. Looks like, but looks like mainly 50 mile per hour winds and around probably pea size, pea to like half-inch size hail. It's still observed tagged as well with that. We'll see how long these tornado warnings still go. I mean, they're probably gonna let these expire out if anything. I do want to look at the storm reports real quick as well. And 0 tornado reports and 13 wind, 70 hail. Yeah, it's definitely verified as more of like probably like a slight risk for wind and hail if anything, maybe marginal. That's so this definitely underperformed as a moderate for sure. I do want to. Let me go back a bit here. Hold on. Because I do wonder if that was the world. Like, it's like a really tiny tornado that did occur there. So I did mention there was like almost like a jelly roll in there. So it could have been a tornado. Actually, a really extreme, like I mean, a really brief tornado actually there. So right now we do not have a good view of anything right now because this is right over the radar. I do want to check back up on the 21 over here. That is if radar mega decides it wants to load properly. I don't know why it's having issues of I don't know why now it is my that. If there is anything left, it could be in there probably. If there's anything left that is rotating on in there, which I don't really see much left as if there is anything trying to rotate in there. Should go live tomorrow. I say I mean there's a chance there's a chance I do go live like in the late evening to after like late afternoon to evening hours, but we'll have to see what tomorrow looks like for storms. I mean, actually, what does I know? I checked the outlook earlier, but what does the outlook look anyways? So, got enhanced risk in Central Texas, and then of course all the way over here in Ohio, Pennsylvania, and New York. Which most of the tornado risk looks to be in Texas again, and then the wind risk. I mean, there's a significant severe over here, but you got the 30% over there. And then hail risk seems to be mainly over here, between Texas and Oklahoma. So we'll see what happens tomorrow. Because I know today was definitely an underperformer. Our supercells west of Green Bay. Where is? I know Green Bay is over here. No, I think they're mainly just general showers and storms, scattered showers and storms, if anything. Unless we do have a couple of them that are trying to go and turn into supercells, but honestly, I feel like some of these are starting to kind of maybe not completely run out of the environment, but getting to a less favorable environment for supercells. I do want to check back up on the area over in Kansas, which that just popped up just now with the ping pong sail and wind. And then we'll check back up on Oklahoma real quick. Which, hold on, there is an area actually that it looks like it is trying to get its act together for potentially producing a tornado. Alright, they did just issue a tornado warning on this now. And that's going to be for Ulster, Humphreys, Hightower, and Ozark in Oklahoma. So if you're in any of those areas, go to the lowest part building your home, most tier part building your home. Rotating storm north of Green Bay. Let me see. How far north? So unless they talk about that, but this looks very unorganized. Trying to check both radars here. Also another thing too, because it could be where's the base reflectivity? Oh god, yeah. That is how did it looks on there? What the base wait, that's base velocity? Looks barely any different compared to the high res. Alright, go back down over. Hold on, let me check back up on the area over here in Wisconsin. Which right now, there's. Both these are radar indicated at this point. Which those are probably gonna be led to expire out, if anything. However, we are gonna be more than likely focusing on what's going on down here in Oklahoma. Which this one seems like it could have the capability. Because, I mean, the environment is there for tornadoes down here in Oklahoma. This one does have the capability that we could see a tornado produce out of this, potentially downstream, later at later times. So I'm not really seeing anything on storm relativity either. Unless there is rotation on that near Lena. But even then, it doesn't look like much. I'm really not seeing a whole lot of activity, to be honest, over in near Green Bay. If there is anything that is trying to rotate there. I think our main concern for a tornado right now is going to be in Oklahoma. You see where that area was rotating right in there. Broad area rotation, but we still have a hook in there. Still gonna be watching to see in the next couple scans to see what we have, if anything is left with this. It's gonna be going for 47 minutes. It's gonna be going for a long while still, so won't be a while till that expires out in southwestern Oklahoma. I do want to check Iowa again real quick though. There is a Toro Pass tag on the area near Atlantic, which is kind of interesting. They got a couple of showers that are dying off onto the northeast here. This is the only one. They got a couple of storms though that have been growing for a little while. This one's been growing a lot though, looks like. Tiny bit of area in there, but we'll see if that does, if anything at all. It is producing up the core size sail at 60 mph winds, but right now it's not super concerning at the moment. We do have another severe thunderstorm that got issued for Torrent Postag, core size sail, and 60 mph winds. Still got an area here over in that there. Is this the one that's been having strong velocities on it for a while? Yeah, it is. Nothing on the ground seems like on CC. But then once again, it's been having some strong velocities on it for a while at this point. Doesn't seem like it's been producing anything though. It also could be contaminated too. That's another thing. It's hard to tell if there is something that is because it also could be a area that is like rotating. It's gonna be aloft the in the upper atmosphere though, not quite surface base. Kind of interesting little area of velocities there. I mean, we'll watch for if it does anything at all, but there's also another severe thunderstorm warning over here in Minnesota with throw a pause tag on it, but like still got this tornado warning still going here in Wisconsin for another 12 minutes. Actually, scratch the 13 minutes now. 13, 12. I'm screwing up. I'm screwing up the minutes. Hold on. Still got this rotating still. If there's anything left at all, it's kind of broad. Doesn't look like as organized of a hook as it was earlier. Then I wonder if it's it's starting to merge with this down here. Alright, new tornado warning just got issued. Where's that? That's gonna be in Wisconsin. So they're still continuing that tornado warning, it looks like, still. But it's kind of interesting. That's gonna be for Marshfield, McMillan, all the way up to Hamburg, Athens, Marathon City, and Wisconsin. Make sure you go to the lowest power bill in your home, most tier power bill in your home. $40 on that. Wait, let me check the tornado warnings real quick. Okay, so 2 of the tornado warnings are for next 40 minutes here. Okay, so this is looking a little bit more mature of a supercell here. This is like the one supercell that's seems like if it could go tornado warned eventually, it looks like potentially down the line as it's going towards Anita and Adair. Right now it's not tornado warned yet. Let me go back down to Oklahoma real quick. Which, it looks like this has been falling apart, so there's a chance that this gets canceled out. Which, a lot of this so far has been mainly hail and wind threat so far down here in Oklahoma, other than the one area that did get tornado warned. It's, once again, 38 minutes left on tornado warning. Continue to stay safely if you're in Hightower and Ozark. There's a chance once again, this chances does get canceled out. Probably a pretty high chance, if anything. It looks like there's another boundary that just shot out of these storms out here. So that would mean these storms are going to be mainly in wind and hail threat at that point. Basically similar to what happened up here. Which you can actually still see the outflow right there. So, monitoring this particular supercell over in Iowa, which could, once again, could be the most concerning supercell so far over in Iowa at the moment. Alright, new tornado warning. There we go. There's the tornado warning for the areas in Iowa. So this could be for Norway Center, Wyoda, and Anita. Wyoda and Anita, you're basically in the path of this, rather than Norway Center. So if you're in Wyoda and Anita, you are going to want to go to your lowest probability of your home, most to your probability of your home, as you're now underneath a tornado warning. I just looked at a sounding from Davenport or Quad Cities National Service, and there is a sounding from 00 UTC, and there is curved. There is a cap still in place though, so. Which honestly, when it comes to northwestern Illinois, I'm not really expecting a whole lot. Other than maybe through tonight, potentially, if these like condense all together and we have one big squall line, but I doubt it. Then we go almost for an hour on that tornado warning as well. Got a bit of itch on my side here. Alright, so still have, as of current scan, still probably some rotational loft still. It's not quite super strong area rotation, but it is there. You can see where the hook is at right in there too with the supercell. We are in a little bit of an area where we're kind of in between kind of in the radar hole, but also in between radar sites at the same time as well. See some cars on the road. Very windy. See some lightning in the background, I think. So got 32 minutes on a tornado warning over here in Wisconsin still. And same with unless they cancel out the one over in Oklahoma. No, they saw the one still going over in Oklahoma still. Still gonna be watching that one, of course, but we'll be watching this one here for any developments of anything. Alright, they just released a new Mississippi discussion for the area over in I am blanking out what I was gonna say. Dang it. So you can see the hail threat is up there, tornado threat is up there, and also wind threat too. Supercell tornado potential is likely peaking over next hour or two. I thought it was kind of dry here as well. I say we are kind of in a radar hole in this area here. Next nearest nearest radar would be in Green Bay. Wish there was a radar in this area here. I know we got because you got Duluth here, you got Marquette here, you got Green Bay here, you got across there, you got Twin Cities here, but nothing that could really cover this area here. That like, hold on, like that area there is kind of in a radar hole. Trying to check a couple things as well while I'm at it. Also, one thing I have not updated for is my Google site, so I should update that. Ugh. Oh, I got hiccups again. I don't know what it is lately. I don't know if I don't. I mean, I haven't really been eating anything I could have. I mean, I don't know if eating things have effect of anything, but I saw right now nothing as of now that is changed or anything at the moment. I just realized that that is a boundary right there that is going towards the southeast. That is the world's biggest arrow I probably could have drawn, but this is where we have a boundary which could kill off any tornado potential on these ones down here. And we have another severe dose warning that's got issued over in northern Iowa. I just gotta check some more. Just continuously checking some things. I'm seeing some other videos as well from Sub Post George Supercell Star Post. Where is this at? They didn't even the Sub Post doesn't even specify where it's at in specifics. I imagine it looks like Iowa. It legitimately looks like Iowa because it's well, I mean, I know green grass could be very subjective to almost the entire plains, but it looks like it would be out in the middle of Iowa somewhere. They still have the tornado warning still going for another 22 minutes on the storm in Oklahoma. Still looks like. Like right now, with what we're seeing right now, with Iowa, I feel like within the hour, with that within the hour, it's gonna be what we're gonna be looking for right now. Because like I said, mentioned earlier, this is gonna be your cold front right there. That's gonna be crashing on in. So these got like probably an hour to a half hour till that comes on in. If I can actually hit my why? Okay, can my thing work? You can see it like popping up right about there. So yeah, that's be going quick with that cold front. What's that? What like I probably it's probably a broken record moment here, but yeah, basically kills off the tornado threat at that point once it does cross. And at that point, I'll probably end up ending my stream for tonight because I am a little bit exhausted, but it does seem like right now it does seem to be mainly a wind and hail threat for tonight for basically all the way up here to down here. Although maybe this tornado threat does end up continuing. They're still continuing this tornado warning. It looks like for in Oklahoma. So it looks like yeah, it's gonna be for Hedrick, Snyder, Odetta, Mountain Parks, Savodoba. If you're in the those areas, make sure you go to the lowest part building your home, most tier part building your home. As you're now under a tornado warning. Although there is a chance this ends up being mainly a tornado threat, nocturnal tornado threat, with some of these areas that are still at least within behind the but the areas that are front of the front. I just realized I was muted the entire time. Dang it. But we do have some interesting things going on with this here. We may actually have multiple areas that are trying to rotate here in Oklahoma, which is somewhat interesting. I do wonder what could potentially be happening with this area. I still have a couple areas here over in Kansas that are still kind of some storms still over here in Kansas. They're still going as well. Got one that's warned for half dollars to sail and 6 mile per hour winds. And then hopefully my audio is working properly. And then we do still actually no, they canceled out the tornado warning over in Iowa actually. So we no longer have a tornado warning over in Iowa at this point. So it looks like it did mature, but looks like it did die out quite quickly. And then over here, we do have the issue of having a radar hole here in Wisconsin between these radars, so we don't have a great view of what is going on with this tornado warned area. However, that is still going to be going for another 9 minutes, so if you are in these areas such as McMillan, Pondewaski, Athens, Hamburg, Marathon City, you're going to want to stay in your safe places. And also Stratford, Fenwood, Vienna, Edgar, Ribbed Falls, they're also included within that area too. Let's see. Do we got anything? Don't think we have anything as of that is at least new right now, from what I'm seeing. So right now we just got one tornado warning in Wisconsin. It's probably gonna get just expire. That's just gotta be let to expire out, and then we just have the other tornado warning that's going on right now in Oklahoma that's to be watched. And then other than that, we have actually one weird little area is still under this tornado watch over here. We have one cell too as well that's producing core size hail up to core size hail and 6 mile per hour winds there. So definitely a day that definitely underperformed. Although okay, this was back to having trail pass tag on it. Looks like actually, what the severe thunderstorm warning looks like. And it's still the environment's still there, still for this particular supercell still. So we'll see what happens with it. We do have a trail pass tag on this one is up here as well, which is interesting. I wonder if that did. I wonder if that is trying to catch up with the boundary, if anything. I gotta do a quick sweep here. Still got a couple tornado warnings that are just being led to expire out, which actually, never mind. The other one that was tornado warned up here in Wisconsin has now been canceled out. Actually, okay. I'm like, I wasn't sure if that one's gonna get canceled out or not, but okay, they condensed that severe thunderstorm watch. It looks like too, which is interesting. So there's not really seems like a lot of the severe threat is really not gonna happen behind us anymore here. It's because you got your front right here. Even with the special weather statement, tracking a strong cold front. So yeah, you got a cold front literally right there. That's about to catch up with these storms here, and then eventually with these ones here as well, and then of course these ones too. So it's all kind of just a waiting game to see what happens with some of these storms, whether or not they do anything. Which honestly, I feel like once the cold front is probably gonna, once it does cross, which will probably be next half hour or so, it's gonna like kill off that tornado threat. It's gonna be, if anything does end up going severe, it's mainly gonna be for wind and hail threat rather than a tornado threat. I think the only area right now that I think is gonna be for any possible tornado threat is probably gonna be down here. Didn't realize there's a cyclone port here. I swear I've been seeing a lot of cyclone ports starting to pop up as of recent in Texas and whatnot. We have a new tornado warning. Where's that popping up? I hear it. I heard the sound, but I don't know where it's popping up. Let me check Twitter real quick here. That's gonna be in. Well, one of them was in Oklahoma. I know I heard the sound because when you guys hear the that's the alarm sound that you set up on Radar Omega, because you have alarm and chime, which I have alarm on for tornado warned storms, which I don't know where it was alerted for. Because unless it was for this, but that was already tornado warned down here. So I don't know, unless Radar Omega is picking up on a updated, on like a new quotation. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything in terms of tornado warnings other than the one in Oklahoma. So I don't know what went off on Radar Omega for a tornado warning. Oh, there's severe thunderstorm warning. It's gonna be for golf ball sized hail and 7-mile-per-hour winds with tornado pause tag on it. So this is still producing pretty sizable hail. And also some strong winds too. I'm still trying to figure out where that tornado warning is at, because it only shows one tornado warning in the thing. So, because this is only already the one that I already mentioned earlier, which is still, once again, if you're in this area from Lige, Schneider, Odetta, Mountain Park, Savadova, make sure you are in your safe place. By the way, just continue to stay safe place. You're gonna want to stay there for the next 14 minutes. Other than that, right now, that's, once again, the only tornado warning that is out there right now. That's gonna be going till, I think, 10 o'clock. Around that time, I think. This is 9:31 p.m. right now, Central Time. I saw a video. Watches a hail pummels a pool in Lawton, Oklahoma. Wow, that is quite a lot of hail. Ugh. Looks like there is a wildfire burning in the Croatian nation. Croatian? That's I don't know if that's how Croatian National Forest. That's over in where that's over in North Carolina, I think. Yeah, Jacksonville, I think. Yeah, Jacksonville, North Carolina. Yeah, there is a fire that is burning on over here apparently near between. Actually, let me turn on where's the color table reflectivity wildfire. Let me see. Kind of hard to see. Wonder if Echo Tops are gonna be able to see anything. I said it's very small, so it'd be hard to see. It's kind of yeah, it's really hard to see on here. I did not want to click that. That's what I want to click. Okay. All right. Anyway, we'll go back over to our severe weather, which we still have a tornado warning still going for another 11 minutes. We'll see if they extend it or not. Which they did extend it beforehand. So we'll see if they get another extension or not. So hearing a couple things from IEM Monitor, but I haven't seen too many reports. $10 left on a tornado warning. But once again, we'll see if they extend it or not, which I don't know if they will. Velocities are kind of all over the place, not gonna lie. I mean, you still do have Tornado Posteg on this one here, which this one is still seems like it's still trying to get its act together. So you see, it's trying to hook again. Hey, there's definitely at least a little bit of rotation on there near Casey, Iowa. just gotta check this one more time. It's probably after this tornado warning does end up expiring out. Probably end the stream for tonight, and depending on what, if depend, I mean, I could go live again tonight, depending on what does happen. Which I mean, I think this is the one cell that still could be a concern for tonight. What is that arrow that I just drew? There's a weird. That is the weirdest arrow I possibly could have drawn. Oh lord. This post from Ethan Moriarty, or well, he June 1st, as many of you might know him as or something. But Ethan Moriarty, he got a GoPro time lapse of the Supercell or Sandhills yesterday night over in Nebraska. Still got that tornado warning in Oklahoma. Still going for another 5 minutes. Still. Oh, this is the Burlington, Kansas cyclone port. Colleen is down here. Would be interesting to see if we ever get a cyclone port in Corpus Christi, but I don't think we ever will. I feel it. Well, I know. Well, there's a couple cameras over in there's one in Dickinson, Texas, and then there's one in Texas City. So I'd be kind of surprised if they didn't put cyclone ports, because I was gonna make the point that they didn't put cyclone ports here just due to all the hurricanes and stuff. But I feel like even then, these have been even here since the hurricanes from last year and last season. see. It's probably gonna expire on next minute, 3 minutes here. They did condense that. Okay, this no longer has a tornado pause tag on it anymore. Look, I mean, they did have a tornado pause tag earlier, but that's probably just due to the fact it was trying to rotate again. Wouldn't be surprised if it doesn't try another attempt later tonight, but whether or not it actually does so is gonna be kind of a big question. But I feel like it probably do try to rotate again, but it's not gonna have much room in terms of trying to like produce anything right now. To be honest, I would say. All right, they did extend that tornado warning. It looks like that is gonna be for now including India Home Y. If that's how I don't think that's how you pronounce it. It's probably Rye or some. I don't unless it's not Rye because it has a W in it. So I'm not 100% sure on the saying of that, but that does include that specific town in Oklahoma. Which honestly, not seeing a whole lot with this at this point. They did expire out the other tornado warning, but yeah, because I mean, unless we got like a tiny area here, but even then, that's kind of in a weird, almost a little bit of weird spot for rotation. Could be a small area. I mean, we did see a small area of rotation earlier over here near the this terminal radar here. Yeah, I think that's be good for me tonight. I think honestly, I'm not really seeing a whole lot of anything with this particular supercell unless it does end up producing anything down the line. Which honestly, right now I'm not seeing too much. The environment's still there, but if anything does occur with this tornado warning storm, it'll probably be a brief tornado with what I'm seeing. But anyways, I don't know if I'll be alive tomorrow. We'll see what happens depending on whatever I'm doing tomorrow. Because this week is gonna be a busy week for me. When it comes to my classes that I have this week. But if I do go live tomorrow, it'd be sometime in the late evening hours. And yeah, I'll see you all in the next stream, which we'll see if that'll be tomorrow. If not, potentially Wednesday, depending on what happens that day. Because Wednesday, there's a slight risk between in the Arklatek region here, which seems like it could be another day where we could see a few tornadoes. Even tomorrow too, we could see a few tornadoes in central Texas here as well, and potentially a couple potentially over here between Ohio, Pennsylvania, and up in New York. Wind threat is there as well, which is surprisingly significant severe here, but not up here. But and then there's the hail threat, which is mainly over here. Yeah. Anyways, I'll see you guys in the next stream, and yeah, have a good night, everyone.